Chapter 277, a flying sword wielded by a mere sixth-layer qi practitioner, was nothing in Wei Zhongyuan's eyes. It couldn't even pierce through his protective qi. And, therefore, he didn't even look at the clear stream sword. He raised his hand and released a beam of light, blasting towards where the flying sword had come from. With a boom, rocks flew everywhere, and huge trees fell, but there was no trace of Li Qingshan. Wei Zhongyuan frowned. Li Qingshan's qi concealment technique was even more brilliant than he had imagined. Li Qingshan stood not far away within his arms. There was not a speck of dust on him. He formed a sword seal with his hand and pointed. The clear stream sword sliced through the air soundlessly, stabbing towards Wei Zhongyuan's throat at an even faster speed. With a clang, it stabbed into the protective qi, unable to move an inch further. "You overestimate yourself," Wei Zhongyuan said disdainfully, reaching out to grab the clear stream sword. As long as he could grab the flying sword, he could find Li Qingshan through the sword's aura. The clear stream sword suddenly rippled like water, drilling into the protective qi bit by bit. Li Qingshan was overjoyed. He suddenly activated the clear stream sword. With a flash of light, the sword turned into a beam of green light, piercing through the protective qi and brushing past Wei Zhongyuan's neck. Wei Zhongyuan touched an almost undetectable wound on his cheek, feeling a wave of fear and anger. If he hadn't tilted his head in time, his skull would have been pierced. Li Qingshan had also just found out that the clear stream sword had the ability to pierce through protective qi. Although it was simple and plain, when paired with its extreme speed, it was a true killing weapon, living up to its reputation as a high-grade spiritual weapon. However, he couldn't kill Wei Zhongyuan in one blow, which made him feel pity. However, using this method to kill a 10th-layer qi practitioner was wishful thinking. What he needed to do was to use this flying sword to completely disturb and enrage Wei Zhongyuan, then find an opportunity to attack. The clear stream sword turned and shot out again. Wei Zhongyuan didn't dare to be careless anymore. He used a protective spell, forming a faint oval membrane around his body. The clear stream sword stabbed into it. As expected, it couldn't pierce through easily. It was as if he was going to forcefully pierce through. He was afraid that if he was captured by Wei Zhongyuan, he would wander back and forth, disturbing Wei Zhongyuan's mind. Anyway, Wei Zhongyuan could not find him, so he had plenty of time to waste with him. The clear stream sword transformed into a green shadow, and Wei Zhongyuan gradually became irritated. Tomorrow is brilliant, illuminating the world. Wei Zhongyuan clasped his hands together and separated them. His body shone brightly, illuminating the entire mountain. The plants withered and turned yellow. Smoke billowed into the air as it burned. If this move was used on ordinary people, it would be enough to blind thousands of people and burn hundreds of people to death. However, its effect on qi practitioners was very ordinary. The only difference was that it had a very wide range. Wei Zhongyuan glanced to the side and saw a blurry figure in the endless light. He waved his sleeves. A 3-foot-long sword appeared in his hand. The sword's name was Three Suns, and it was also a high-grade sword. It transformed into a streak of white light and shot out like lightning. "Oh no, clear stream sword, quick!" Li Qingshan shouted softly. Clang! A green shadow cut across the white light. At the same time, the sword appeared. One big and one small, the two flying swords tangled together, giving off a series of clanging sounds. The Three Suns sword was fierce and fierce, its momentum heavy. Every time it clashed, the clear stream sword was about to fly out. This was the first time Li Qingshan was competing with someone with a flying sword. He could only control it based on his feelings. He was greatly lacking in both experience and skill. The clear stream sword was continuously pushed back, and in the blink of an eye, the three-sun sword was right in front of him. Killing intent appeared in Wei Zhongyuan's eyes. In his Dantian sea of qi, his true qi surged, and the three suns sword shone brightly, knocking the clear stream sword over 100 feet away. It fiercely slashed towards Li Qingshan's legs. He was determined to directly cripple Li Qingshan. With two clangs, 2 white prayer beads flew out and knocked the three suns sword away. You can actually use 3 spirit tools. Wei Zhongyuan's expression changed. Although ordinary cultivators could refine many spirit tools for their own use, when facing an enemy, they would never take them all out. Especially flying sword-type spirit tools, they needed to be more focused. Otherwise, if they were distracted, their true qi would scatter, and it would be better to focus on one. However, the 2 prayer beads that knocked the three suns sword away were powerful and heavy. Their power was even greater than the clear stream sword, which made him feel incredulous. He never would have thought that this was the work of an who seemed to have no mana at all. Li Qingshan didn't care about what he said. Instead of retreating, he advanced. Holding the wind-entwining blade in his hand, he shot towards Wei Zhongyuan like a sharp arrow. After lying in ambush for a long time, the moment he attacked, he was filled with an aura of invincibility. Wei Zhongyuan wasn't shocked, but happy. He actually dared to get close. Did he really think that he could make up for the difference between the 6th and 10th layers of qi refining with his body refining technique? But he didn't dare to be negligent. His body was as firm as a mountain, and his hands spread out in front of him. White true qi quickly gathered behind Li Qingshan and hid himself without moving. One hand held a white bone sword, and the other held a supreme-grade spirit talisman. The distance of 50 steps was covered in an instant. The difference between life and death was also in this instant. Stop! A loud shout came from the sky. An iron shield descended from the sky and stuck itself between Wei Zhongyuan and Li Qingshan, turning into an iron wall. Li Qingshan thought it was a pity. He stepped lightly on the iron wall and leaped into the air. The clear stream sword flew under his feet. Standing on the sword, he cupped his hands and said, "Senior Sister Han, why are you here?" The person who came was Han Qiongji. She was driving a flying shuttle, and behind her were a few familiar faces. Han Qiongji said, "I'm the vice captain of the law enforcement team of the 100 Schools of Thought. I'm in charge of maintaining the security of the entrance examination. You guys made such a big scene. How could I not come and take a look?" The entrance examination was when qi practitioners from all over gathered. There were plenty of incidents where enemies would become particularly enraged when they ran into each other, or they would kill for the sake of wealth, or even start fighting over the slightest disagreement. As a result, the 100 Schools of Thought arranged for disciples of legalism to form law enforcement teams to maintain discipline. The captain was obviously Hua Sengzan. Just now, there was a flash of light in the distance. Ordinary people would not have noticed it in broad daylight, and even if qi practitioners noticed it, they would not care. However, he immediately sensed that something was amiss. He thought he had miscalculated, so he called for Han Qiongji in a hurry to assist him. Han Qiongji turned around and faced Wei Zhongyuan. She immediately became slightly stern. "Wei Zhongyuan, are you trying to kill a Hawkwolf guard?" She obviously knew Wei Zhongyuan, but she had never liked him. He was only a 10th layer qi practitioner despite his age, so she did not take him seriously at all. She spoke to him without any respect at all. Wei Zhongyuan stowed the 3-yong sword away reluctantly. He raised his head and said, "This is our personal grievance. It has nothing to do with the Hawkwolf Guard. Your esteemed sect Master Chiu has already agreed to resolve his grievances with Li Qingshan. If you insist on sticking to this matter, Even if the Hawkwolf Guard spares you, Sect Master Chiu won't spare you. Han Qiongji was annoyed by Wei Zhongyuan, but the sect was one of the more powerful sects in the Clear River Prefecture. Only Wang Pushi had the right to order them to deal with their sect master. And unless Wei Zhongyuan actually killed Li Qingshan right before their eyes, Wang Pushi probably would not be willing to fall out with the sect over a Black Wolf Guard. In the end, to forge iron, one had to be tough. The banner of the Hawkwolf Guard was rather useful, but it was not an all-powerful talisman. Wei Zhongyuan snorted coldly. He stowed the 3-yong sword away and rode off in the wind. Before he left, he said to Li Qingshan, "Consider yourself lucky today. I won't let this go. You better wash your neck and prepare to die." Li Qingshan said impatiently, "Piss off." He still had no idea who was the lucky one. All he knew was to spout threats. "You." Wei Zhongyuan's face reddened as he glanced at Han Qiongji. He left resentfully. Han Qiongji shook her head. If it were not for the fact that she had learnt from Hua Sengzan that he came from a mountain village, she would have believed he had some powerful background. However, at least that was better than being a coward. She smiled. "Get on. The entrance examination is about to begin. Let's go." Li Qingshan boarded the flying shuttle with an as he lowered his head in thought. After every battle, he needed to reflect on himself. Especially since Wei Zhongyuan was an enemy he would definitely face again in the future. He needed to think about it properly. After traveling for over 5 kilometers, the flying shuttle suddenly stopped. Han Qiongji said with a sunken face, "Get off." Li Qingshan asked in confusion, "What's wrong?" Han Qiongji said, "Don't you feel like you've forgotten something?" "Forgotten what?" Han Qiongji gritted her teeth. "Thank you. If it weren't for me, you would have lost your life there already." She had rushed over to save him, yet she did not even say a word of thanks. Most people would probably just grumble inside. However, her personality was one that could not hold back. Li Qingshan smiled in realization. "All right then. Thank you. Though, if you hadn't come, I would have had some confidence in making him stay here forever." The legalist disciples all sneered. That was a 10th layer Qi practitioner on par with Hua Sengzan. Yet he dared to boast that he had a chance at victory. He was truly overestimating himself. Just now, although Li Qingshan's attitude towards Wei Zhongyuan was filled with heroism, it was more like a moth flying into a flame, overestimating himself. Han Qiongji said, "I don't believe you." "Then thank you too." Li Qingshan shrugged, jumped off the flying shuttle, and continued flying on the cloud. He would remember the help others gave him, even if it was just the slightest bit of kindness. However, it was not up to him to decide whether others believed him or not. He also did not care. Was he supposed to take out a few supreme grade talismans or the cursive sword calligraphy to explain? Han Qiongji was startled. She had been waiting for Li Qingshan to thank her and say a few soft words, and she would forgive his rudeness. She did not expect him to be so straightforward. She gritted her teeth and said, "Well done, Li Qingshan." The flying shuttle flew past the cloud. Han Qiongji's expression was cold, and she forced herself not to look at Li Qingshan, and said softly, "What a strange person." It was rare for and to comment on others. Li Qingshan smiled and pinched her cheek. Let's not lower ourselves to her level. At this moment, a vast expanse of mist appeared at the end of their vision. Under the illumination of the sunlight, the reflection of the waves was clear and crystalline. Li Qingshan smiled. They had finally arrived. Yes, the 100 schools of thought were in this great lake. The lake's name, Dragon Snake, was taken from the Confucian scriptures. Deep in the mountains and great lakes, dragons and snakes are born. It also implied that those who entered this lake might be able to shed their mortal body, transform from a snake into a dragon, and step onto the boundless Tao. This was the beginning. On the shore of the lake, on a spacious plain, stood 1,000 people. They stood in groups of 3 to 5, either whispering to one another or talking loudly. It was extremely lively. Qi practitioners constantly rushed over from all directions. Li Qingshan descended on a cloud, but he did not attract much attention. Legalist disciples in black maintained order in the surroundings. Hua Sengzan stood on a high hill, chatting with a few high-level Qi practitioners who had sent their disciples over. When he saw Li Qingshan's arrival, he relaxed and nodded slightly, indicating that he could not get away. He pointed at a corner of the lake. Li Qingshan looked in the direction Hua Sengzan was pointing at and saw several hundred children standing there, separated from the Qi practitioners. The disciples the 100 schools of thought accepted were divided into 2 types. One was regular Qi practitioners. They might come from certain clans, or they might be independent cultivators. As long as they were not too old and were willing to pay the tuition fees, basically all of them could enter the academies to study. They could be described as all-encompassing and all-inclusive. The other type were like regular sects, selected from everywhere, children with talent but no foundation. These children would not directly enter the academy, nor would they have to pay the tuition fees. However, they would have to practice the innate method of practicing Qi for a while first. If they could condense Qi successfully and establish a foundation, they could choose the academy. If they failed, they would be sent back to their villages. Li Qingshan pulled him by the hand and walked over. "Qingshan, you're finally here," a fatty called out and lunged over. Li Qingshan took a look and discovered it was Yi Dachuan. It was impossible for the children to walk over by themselves, and Zhou Wenbin would not personally lead them either. However, Yi Dachuan would not let this great opportunity to return to the Clear River Prefecture slip by. "Sir Yi, long time no see. Was the person riding the cloud earlier you? Oh, even I can't believe it. You've really succeeded." Yi Dachuan went up and wanted to pat Li Qingshan's shoulder, but he was afraid. He studied Li Qingshan and clicked his tongue in wonder. Who would have thought that the farmer from Qingyang City would actually be able to ride the clouds and fly around? "I've heard plenty of stories about you in the past few months. You're far too ungrateful. You've become rich, and you've forgotten about your old friends." Li Qingshan smiled. "How could I forget about Sir Ye's promotion? Do I need to sign up?" "There's no need. I've already recorded the name. She's called in, right? A ship will come to pick her up in a while." "Oh, right. Those 2 are here too. Wait here. I'll go call them over." Those 2. Before he could ask, Yi Dachuan had already entered the crowd. A while later, he brought over a group of people. The person in the lead was an awe-inspiring, middle-aged man with a lion's face and a wide mouth. He clasped his hands at Li Qingshan. "You must be young hero Li. It's an honor to meet you." He was clearly a 6th layer Qi practitioner, but he spoke with a sense of Jianghu. Li Qingshan asked, "And you are?" He glanced around, and sure enough, he saw 2 familiar people, one old and one young, in the crowd. They were Protector Yen Song of the Iron Fist and Li Long, known as the 2 prodigies of the Crouching Ox, who had emerged from Qingyang City with him in the past. Yen Song was still at the 2nd layer, while Li Long had already gone from a 3rd-rate master to a 2nd layer Qi practitioner. Almost a year had not gone to waste. When he saw Li Qingshan, he was rather afraid to recognize him. In less than a year, Li Qingshan seemed to have been reborn. His gaze was calm, and his bearing was heavy. He did not lose out at all as he stood before their sect master. Chapter 278. Li Qingshan said, "I've only reached the 6th layer recently too." Meeting an old friend in a foreign land was supposed to be an extremely joyous matter. Li Long opened his mouth, but he had no idea how to refer to Li Qingshan. The cowherd teenager who looked down on everyone in the past could already stand up to their sect master. Their statuses were worlds apart, so directly referring to him by his name would be disrespectful. This is the main sect master of our Iron Fist, Taizhan. He even carried a local accent that Li Qingshan was familiar with when he spoke. Li Qingshan's mind returned to the past as well. The destitution of the Crouching Ox Village, the danger of Qingyang City, and the main sect master of the Iron Fist, one of the 4 great organizations of Qingyang City, was standing right before him right now. However, a 6th layer Qi practitioner was nothing in his eyes anymore. He had no intention of befriending him, nor did he want to offend him. So he treated him casually. "So it's Schoolmaster Tai. My apologies," Taizhan said. "The Crouching Ox Village really is a place blessed with great people. When I saw Li Long, I already believed him to be a rare talent. But only when I saw Brother Qingshan did I realize that there's always someone better out there. The news of you winning the second bet in the restaurant 2 days ago has already spread through the entire prefecture. It's just a pity that I wasn't able to witness it in person. No matter how great the Iron Fist was, they could stand on equal footing just because they were both 6th layer Qi practitioners. Coupled with the fact that Li Qingshan was relatively young and had a limitless future ahead of him, Taizhan still had to be polite and befriend him properly. Do the disciples of your esteemed sect also need to take part in the entrance examination? Li Qingshan looked at Li Long's face darkened, and he lowered his head, let alone the fact that the Iron Fist would not agree to it. Even if they did, where would he get the spiritual stones to pay for the entrance examination? That was a total of 100 spiritual stones. His outstanding performance in the Iron Fist would earn him a few spiritual stones from time to time, but it was not even enough to buy various pills. So how was he supposed to save it up? If he really did manage to save them up, who knew how old he would be? He would miss the optimal period for cultivation, and if he fell behind, he would always fall behind. "It's my son. I'll have to trouble you to take care of me in the future." Taizhan changed the topic and looked around. "Where's that kid? Didn't I tell you to call him?" How could the Iron Fist be willing to spend a huge sum of money to send the disciples they had painstakingly nurtured to the 100 schools of thought, once they broadened their horizons and improved their cultivation? Who would be willing to return to Iron Fist? They were afraid that if they did come back, they would come back to take back the foundation of Iron Fist. The young master said he had something to do. Yen Song said, awkwardly, "Hurry up and call him over." Li Qingshan pondered for a moment. He knew what was going on and started muttering to himself. After a while, Yen Song brought over a young man with a square face and wide ears, who looked somewhat similar to Taizhan. He said impatiently, "What's the matter? I'm busy." He was busy chatting with a few beautiful female cultivators. How could she be in the mood to see a man? Unfilial son, why aren't you bowing to Big Brother Li? Which Big Brother Li? Don't tell me it's that kid, Li Long. The young man laughed. Seeing that no one responded, he came to Taizhan's side. When he saw Li Qingshan, he was shocked. "You're Li Qingshan." The night before, he was also playing upstairs. He had a deep impression of the person in front of him. He immediately became respectful. Little brother greets big brother. I hope that big brother can take care of me in the future. If there's anything you need my help with, I won't refuse. He completely ignored the fact that Li Qingshan was younger than him and called himself little brother. He was extremely humble. Taizhan nodded his head in satisfaction. Although this kid didn't do his proper work, he was still able to do his best. Although this kid didn't do proper work, he didn't follow him to see the world in vain. Li Qingshan said. Young master is obviously a smart and wise person. Your future is limitless. But when it comes to the 100 schools of thought, there's a shortage of people to serve him. Why don't you let Li Long be his study companion? You don't need to spend anything. I'll pay for his school fees first. What does sect master think? There's no need to bury one's bones in mulberry fields. Life is full of green mountains. Since he had decided not to return to his hometown, the Li Long in front of him was probably the last fellow countryman he would see in this life. The 100 spirit stones to enter the school were nothing to him. It was just a slight effort, so why would he be stingy? Li Long was overjoyed when he heard this. He looked at Li Qingshan gratefully, and then looked at Taizhan nervously. Taizhan hesitated for a moment, then smiled and said, "All right then. Brothers are benevolent and want to take care of fellow countrymen. This is Li Long's good fortune, as well as our Iron Fist's good fortune. I'm more than happy, so how could I not agree? If it weren't for the fact that Iron Fist has been having some difficulties in circulating spirit stones recently, there wouldn't be a need for you to spend so much money." Seeing that this Li Qingshan was also a person who cherished old friendships, Taizhan decided to make that rascal be more polite to Li Long in the future. "Thank you very much, sect master." Li Qingshan took out 100 spirit stones from his 100 treasures pouch and gave them to Li Long. The Iron Fist's young sect master hooked his arm around Li Long's neck and said, "Along, you've struck it rich." Without waiting for Taizhan's reminder, he had already become more polite. Li Long knew that this was all because of the young man in front of him. He said gratefully, "Qingshan, I will definitely return these spirit stones to you." He understood very well that in the 100 schools of thought, there would be all kinds of missions that would give the disciples the opportunity to earn spirit stones. These 100 spirit stones were not impossible to earn, but the most difficult part was this threshold. Once crossed, there would be unlimited opportunities. Li Qingshan said, "If you want to return it, then return 200. Li Long was startled. The young sect master muttered in his heart, "Is this still a loan shark?" I really couldn't tell. Sure enough, when fellow countrymen meet, they would stab each other in the back. However, he heard Li Qingshan continue, "Wait until the day you don't put these 100 spirit stones in your eyes." Li Long nodded his head heavily. Yi Dachuan said, "This is really a cause for celebration. You two will be fellow students in the future." Li Qingshan smiled. Since they were from the same hometown, this was all he could do for them. What happened next would depend on their cultivation. At this moment, several large ships cleaved through the waves above the mist. There was an uproar on the sandy shoal. Everyone could not help but stop talking and raise their heads. The one that stood out the most was the giant lumberman, Wood Kuei. Hua Chenglu and Yu Zijian stood nearby. They were also surrounded by a group of young men and women. They did not pay too much attention to Li Qingshan, who they had only met a few times, nor did they come looking for him. Instead, Qian Rongji constantly scanned through the crowd. She stood with a group of disciplinary disciples from the school of legalism. She had already heard about the battle between Li Qingshan and Wei Zhongyuan. Li Qingshan had even said that he had some confidence in killing Wei Zhongyuan. In the eyes of the disciples of legalism, this was a joke of overestimating himself. He was just being stubborn. However, she did not believe that. She believed that Li Qingshan had complete confidence in killing Wei Zhongyuan. What mattered was how to get Li Qingshan to hand Wei Zhongyuan to her alive. Han Qiongji was still furious right now, but when she noticed Qian Rongji's gaze, she became slightly angered again. "Rongji, you've known this kid for quite some time. Has this kid always been so boastful?" Qian Rongji said, "Senior Sister Han, I don't have much contact with him. Unless he has a supreme-grade talisman, it's impossible for him to be the opponent of a 10th-layer Qi practitioner. An idea flashed through Han Qiongji's mind. She murmured, "Is that so?" A supreme-grade talisman was equivalent to a strike from a Foundation establishment cultivator. If he really did have one, then he really did have a chance. Of course, it was just a tiny chance. "Come with me." She immediately lost her patience. Pulling Qian Rongji with her, she forcefully made her way through the crowd and arrived before Li Qingshan. She grabbed him by the shoulder. "Speak. Do you have a supreme-grade talisman?" "Ma am Han." Taizhan was surprised. First, young Miss Han was extremely renowned in the Clear River Prefecture. Her fiery personality had caused many people to suffer in the past. He never thought Li Qingshan would actually be familiar with her. Weirdo, little Anne, who had been standing to one side quietly the entire time, muttered silently, "That's right." Qian Rongji shot a glance at little Anne, and little Anne smiled resplendently as if they had reached a tacit understanding. Even Li Qingshan found Han Qiongji's personality to be rather strange. He said, "Come closer." Han Qiongji extended her head in a hurry. All she heard was Li Qingshan whisper into her ear, "I have a few." Han Qiongji was surprised. "Come closer too." Li Qingshan shook his head, helplessly. He whispered into her ear, "Is that true?" "It's up to you whether you believe me or not." Han Qiongji smiled. "Looks like I've really gotten in your way. All right, I forgive you. It was my fault for chasing you off the shuttle earlier, but it was out of good intentions. You still need to thank me. We're even now. Up to you." Han Qiongji untangled the knot in her heart. She felt much better. Only when she saw the strange gazes in the surroundings did she realize that the two of them were whispering in each other's ears in broad daylight. Just now was rather ambiguous. She bellowed, "What are you looking at? Piss off." Then she shot a glance at Li Qingshan. "If you don't want anyone to hear, you can just communicate secretly. Why do you have to do that? You're clearly up to no good." With a snort, she stomped off. Qian Rongji nodded at little and followed. She would have plenty of time to plan when she arrived at the Bai clan. She was lucky that Wei Zhongyuan didn't die. Li Qingshan and little Anne looked at each other. What a weirdo! At this time, the ship sailed to the side of the lake. One of the ships lowered its plank. On it, a female instructor with high cheekbones and a mean face shouted, "All children, come here." Li Qingshan cupped his hands and bade farewell. He called out to Yi Dachuan and held little Anne's hand as they squeezed into the ship. The children around them were noisy, but none of them cried. Under the guidance of their respective leaders, they boarded the ship one by one in an orderly manner. To be recommended, the commoner children not only had to have the talent of a Qi practitioner, but also had to have a good temperament. "Go on, I'll see you later. If there's anything, use this." When little Anne was about to board the ship, Li Qingshan squatted down and touched little Anne's head. He handed a jade thumb ring to little and threaded it with a thread and put it around her neck. Then he shook his thumb, showing the other jade thumb ring on it. This pair of jade thumb rings was also an interesting totem that Li Qingshan found in the thousands of hundred treasure pouches. The two were a pair and had the ability to transmit sound. Seeing little Anne line up with the other children and board the ship, Li Qingshan let out a light sigh. His mood was like a parent sending their child to school. In a moment, the surroundings became empty. The ship retracted its plank, and once again, then he disappeared into the smoke. Only when the lake was no longer in sight did little Anne retract her gaze. The children couldn't help but be filled with excitement. For many of them, it was their first time on such a big ship. If it wasn't for the stern gaze of the female instructor at the bow of the ship, they wouldn't have been able to stop themselves from running around and laughing. "Hey, what's your name?" An 11 or 12-year-old fat boy arrogantly asked Little, and he was dressed in silk and satin, and there was a group of little brothers beside him. They all came from the same place. This fat boy's family was rich, and he was tall and fat, so he became the leader of the children. Little and didn't answer. "This thumb ring is not bad. Let me see." The fat boy saw the thumb ring hanging in front of Little N's chest and immediately stretched out his fat hand to take it. Since he was young, he had always wanted something like this. Little N took a step back and stuffed the thumb ring into her clothes, and the fat boy grabbed nothing but air. "You dare not listen to me." The chubby boy glared at her and actually gave off some malice. He directly grabbed Xiao En's hair. At home, even the maidservants were afraid of this move of his. Every time, he would only let go after they cried and begged him. "Humph, I'll pull out a strand of your hair. Let's see if you still dare to look down on him." Little N punched out, but suddenly remembered that this was not the enemy he wanted to kill, so he retracted most of his strength. With a pung, the fat boy immediately flew out and knocked into the group of little brothers behind him. He burst into tears, and the children he knocked into also started crying. "Don't cry. What happened?" The female instructor immediately walked over. "She hit me." The fat boy covered his face. A few of his teeth had fallen out. The female instructor frowned and said, "Did you hit him?" Little and remained silent. Other than with Li Qingshan, she didn't have much to say to others. Turning everyone on the ship into flames was more in line with her intentions. The fat boy said with grievance, "I don't know what happened to her, but she just hit me. My teeth have all fallen out." The female instructor was annoyed. She pointed her finger at Little N's forehead. "Tell me, why did you hit her?" Little N suddenly raised his head. His exquisite face was embedded with a pair of black, pearl-like eyes. The female instructor looked at the pitch-black eyes, and for some reason, her heart trembled. Her finger couldn't go any further. Could it be that this child had some powerful background? She immediately shook her head. Children from aristocratic families would basically train their qi from a young age. Once they had a certain level of foundation, they would then enter the 100 clans. Only children chosen from commoners would be on this ship. Thus, she became even more annoyed. "You even want to hit me?" She raised her hand and was about to hit him when she suddenly remembered that today was the day of the academy examinations. Perhaps the clan heads were watching. She put down her hand. Her eyes turned. "Don't move." She then said to the fat boy, "Get up. She hit you. Hit her back." The fat boy wiped his tears and stood up. After receiving the instructor's approval, his face was in pain, but his heart was filled with pride. If it was an ordinary child, he probably wouldn't have been able to do it. He used all his strength to hit her, but before he could be happy, he felt a sharp pain in his stomach. He flew out again and fainted on the ground. Luckily this time, his lackeys were tactful enough to avoid being hit again. However, two of them cried even louder, "Someone's dead! Someone's dead!" The female instructor had been paying attention to Little and preventing her from dodging. However, Little N's flying kick was fast and stealthy. She couldn't react in time. She couldn't help but be furious and scolded. "A little bastard with no manners like you wants to train your chi? I don't think there's a chance. Once we reach the shore, I'll send you home." She fiercely returned to the bow of the ship. Of course, she didn't have the authority to turn the ship around. However, when she arrived at the 100 schools of thought, she had plenty of ways to deal with disobedient children. In a quiet room at the 100 schools of thought, the curtains in the room were drawn, making it gloomy. Over a dozen figures could be vaguely seen, sitting in various seats. The various school leaders had gathered together. The aura they gave off without saying anything was enough to make any Qi practitioner shiver in fear. Their wills determined everything within the 1,500 kilometers of the Clear River Prefecture. In the center of the room was a large jade disc. The disc was engraved with exquisite inscriptions. The name of the disc was the Water Mirror Disc. It was a wondrous treasure that could perceive a range of 50 kilometers. The true test had already begun a long time ago. Everyone's performance was witnessed by the various school leaders. At this moment, the water in the water mirror disc rippled, and a clear image appeared. What it reflected right now was the ship. No matter how the female instructor cursed and threatened him, Little and remained calm and emotionless the entire time. He treated the threatening female instructor like air. This is the child that Chiu Haidang wants. It's indeed different. A man in scholarly attire with a square scarf on his head said. His appearance was delicate, and he only seemed to be in his 30s, but he was actually already 80 years old. He was Yi Dachuan's brother-in-law, the prefect of the Clear River Prefecture, and the leader of the school of Confucianism, Lu Chongqing. What happened in the building the night before could naturally not be hidden from his eyes and ears. This little girl is unperturbed by love and humiliation. This kind of temperament is rare. A bald monk holding prayer beads nodded and said, Chongqing, who picked this guide? His temperament is harsh and impatient, and he doesn't distinguish between right and wrong. Once these children enter the 100 clans, they will have a bad impression of him, said a thin old man who wore a high official hat and was dressed in hemp garments. If her temperament is too gentle, how can she control such a hairy child? Moreover, she can only blame herself for not explaining herself. Otherwise, the instructor wouldn't have misunderstood that it was her fault. Who can she blame for suffering a bit? As for that little fatty, he'll be expelled from the academy immediately. He already knows how to take advantage of others and distort the truth at such a young age. What if he practices Qi? The Scarlet Hawk commander, the leader of the School of Legalism, Wang Pushi, said in a hurry. Lu Chongqing said, if that's the case, then let's go with that. Outside the curtains, figures immediately stood up and left. Many instructors waited outside, ensuring that their orders could be carried out at any time. Let's take a look at the person who brought her here. The image on the water mirror disc changed, revealing Li Qingshan. He was currently queuing up to board the ship with the others. Li Qingshan suddenly sensed something. He looked around. It seemed like someone was watching him. Someone urged him from behind. Hurry up! Li Qingshan made his way over and arrived before a smiling instructor. He took out 100 spiritual stones he had prepared beforehand. The instructor stowed the spiritual stones into his 100 treasures pouch and called out, another one! It seemed like he was doing business. However, Li Qingshan had estimated that the 100 schools of thought's income from opening this time would probably approach 100,000 spiritual stones. And this was just the beginning. The 100 schools of thought's fee was very special. The first year was 100 spiritual stones, and if their cultivation did not increase by a single level in the second year, the number of spiritual stones they had to pay would double, becoming 200. Through the simple mathematical knowledge from his past life, Li Qingshan knew that if it increased a few more times, it would be beyond what any Qi practitioner could afford. As a result, entering the 100 schools of thought was easy. With so many schools, there would always be one that would be willing to take them in. However, staying in the 100 schools of thought was very difficult. It was not easy to increase one's cultivation, and they would instead suffer a little. P.S. The update did not go as smoothly as you imagined. Perhaps you've experienced this feeling before. The more you want to do something well, the more afraid you are of not doing it well, which makes you feel like it's difficult. It just so happens that this plot is the most difficult transitional chapter to write. So I've really gone through a lot of trouble. Don't think that when I'm not updating, I'm indulging in debauchery, drinking, whoring, and gambling. I don't know how other authors are, but when I can't write, it's more painful than constipation. I can't calm down, no matter what I do. As a man without a car, a house, or a woman, other than writing, I don't seem to have anything else to do. I also want to write more and earn more money. Fortunately, I've almost gotten through the most difficult process. The next update should be able to slowly stabilize. Originally, I didn't want to explain so much. Explaining is to cover up, and covering up is to tell a story. Suddenly, I remembered that this is my profession, so I'll explain. Chapter 279. At the same time, the Academy would provide various rewards to outstanding disciples, following the simple principle of survival of the fittest. The better you performed, the more resources you would receive. On the other hand, it would become more and more difficult for you to advance. In the end, you would be forced to leave the Academy and find a job. On the ship, Li Long called out excitedly, "Qingshan, over here!" In the end, Li Qingshan failed to discover anyone spying on him. He rubbed the back of his head and made his way onto the ship. However, he had no idea that the various school leaders were all watching his various actions. This child's senses sure are sharp, and his cultivation isn't bad either. He can be regarded as a genius in the entrance examination this time. Lu Chongqing made his judgment, drawing everyone's attention back to the main point of the entrance examination. There might be geniuses among the children, but they would only show up in a few months, at the very least. It's a pity that he's already fallen into old Wang's trap. The old man in coarse clothes and a tall hat shook his head. This kid is a troublemaker. Who knows which school he'll choose? Wang Pushi did not like Li Qingshan a lot, but he still felt proud that a genius from the Hawkwolf Guard had emerged. I think this child is fated with the Buddha. I wonder if Commander Wang is willing to part with him? The bald old monk asked. He's skilled in the arts of body practitioners. He's even more suitable than the school of legalism and the school of the military. Before Wang Pushi could answer, the middle-aged man who had been silent the entire time suddenly spoke up. Even though he was sitting there, his back was straight, and his hands were placed on his knees. There was not the slightest bit of superfluous movement as he stared ahead. When he did not speak, he was more like a statue carved out of wood or stone. Even when his body was relaxed, he still exuded a sense of condensed strength. He was the leader of the school of the military, the general of might, Han Anjuan. One thought, is it fated with your Buddha as long as you have some talent? Old Han, your son didn't even compete with little Hua when he was in Lucheng. If he really wants to choose the school of the military, I won't say anything. The Buddha is the Buddha in the heart, the Buddha of all living beings. It's not fated with your Buddha. You are fated with my Buddha, Namo Amitabha. The one-thought monk chanted. The water mirror disc did not linger on Li Qingshan for long before it turned to the others. They were all the younger talents with higher cultivation levels in this year's entrance examination. All of these could trigger a discussion. Among them, Hua Qinglu obviously followed in Hua Sengzan's footsteps, so she would definitely join the school of legalism. Although it did not remain on her for very long, Qian Rongji was still illuminated. She came from the Hawkwolf Guard, so she obviously belonged to the school of legalism. Wang Pushi was complacent. The mutant Yuan Kuei's issue caused another round of dispute. The dispute between the mutants and the humans had not completely stopped, but in the end, Han Anjuan nodded and said, "I accept." The various clan heads had nothing else to say. Other than the few of them, the water moon mirror shone on another 10 or 20 people. They were all the talents of this year's Academy entrance examination. Li Qingshan could already be regarded as outstanding among regular qi practitioners, but compared to these people, he seemed ordinary. The Clear River Prefecture spanned 1,500 kilometers. In the earth of Li Qingshan's past life, it was equivalent to the entire Jiangnan. There were hundreds of millions of people there. There were countless people with talent and fortuitous encounters. Li Qingshan had managed to stand out from so many people. Being reflected in the water-moon mirror and being discussed by the various family heads was already extremely rare. If one really wanted to, one would be able to shock everyone. However, he was nowhere close to being able to sit here. Which one of them was not a genius in the past? On the ship, Li Qingshan and Li Long leaned against the railing and discussed what had happened after they parted, as the matters that Li Qingshan had gone through were far too mysterious and surprising. There were far too many secrets in there, too. As a result, most of the time, it was Li Long talking while Li Qingshan listened. As it turned out, Li Long was a talent among the Iron Fist. In less than a year, he had gone from a third-rate master of the Jianghu to a second-layer qi practitioner. This was already a very startling leap. The Iron Fist was already prepared to promote him to a protector. A tall wall of mist suddenly appeared on the horizon. It seemed extremely strange in such weather, but Li Qingshan did not sense any spiritual energy within it. However, when the ship sailed into the mist, Li Qingshan felt dizzy, as if the surroundings had been turned upside down. He immediately understood that the wall of mist was a part of a formation, but it had sucked in all the spiritual energy. When he looked at Li Long again, he did not seem to sense anything. He only looked around in confusion. Suddenly, a huge black shadow appeared in the mist, and it was still growing. In the blink of an eye, it was in front of them. It was a hideous, strange fish, 10 times bigger than the ship. Looking at it from a close distance, it looked like a mountain. Its mouth was filled with sharp teeth that looked like swords and spears, and it swallowed the ship in one bite. Screams rang out on the ship, and many talismans and spells flew out. Li Qingshan shook his head. There was no murderous aura, no demonic aura, and no vitality. It was just a fake. The strange fish passed through the ship, and as expected, it was just an illusion. Those talismans and spells naturally missed, but this illusion was too real. Many people's faces were pale, and they were still in shock. The male instructor clapped his hands and smiled. "Don't be afraid, everyone. It's just a joke. However, if you enter and leave this mist without permission, your joke might come true." Everyone's performance was naturally reflected in the water mirror, and it caused a burst of laughter. They had a rough judgment in their hearts. However, cowards did not necessarily mean that they would be looked down upon and not be accepted by the various families. Being cowardly did not mean that they could not create mechanisms, divination, or study medicine. Since they lacked the courage to fight, they would just obediently do what they were supposed to do. Of course, in the hearts of Hananghua and Wang Pushi, those cultivators who had turned ashen from fear had already lost their qualifications. The core of the two families was to fight and kill, and there was no place for the cowardly. At this moment, the mist began to dissipate, and the bright sunlight shone on the bow of the ship once more. Bit by bit, the ship entered the boundary of light. Everyone involuntarily let out cries of surprise. Li Qingshan could not help but widen his eyes. The blue lake water seemed even clearer than outside the mist, and many rare fish swam in the water. The sky seemed even bluer, and a flock of huge white water birds flew over the ship. The dense spiritual energy seemed to make breathing much easier. A verdant island with a mountain range stood at the end of their sight. There were many islands of various sizes scattered around it, like pieces of jade scattered across blue silk. Li Qingshan suddenly came to a realization. It was these islands that formed this great formation, becoming one with nature. This was the 100 Schools of Thought, and the name of the island in the center was Contention. The ship headed straight for Contention Island. Everyone's mood became excited as well. A while later, the ship stabilized. The instructor led everyone to a square on the shore. There was a formation engraved on it, and Li Qingshan found the formation to be rather familiar. Suddenly, he remembered that the formation scroll Sun Fubai had taken out when he tested for the elemental affinity of yin and yang below the Green Vine Mountain was roughly like this, except this one was much larger and much more complicated. To the 100 Schools of Thought, the elemental affinity of yin and yang was extremely important. As a matter of fact, it was the most important prerequisite. Li Qingshan had already learned about this from all. The school of legalism preferred profound yin, the school of Buddhism and Confucianism preferred profound yang, the school of Moism and agriculture preferred earth and wood, the school of the military preferred metal and fire, the school of famers and novels preferred water, the school of yin-yang required a balance of yin and yang, and the school of Taoism and miscellany required everything. Of course, this requirement of elemental affinity was not absolute. Even if the elemental affinity did not match, it was still possible to join the schools. The school of legalism accepted all elemental affinity, while the school of the military did not restrict itself to metal and fire either. However, while the school of Buddhism opened its doors to convenience, their main mental cultivation method was still young and hard. The righteousness of the school of Confucianism also required profound yang. The points that could be considered could be written into an entire book. Li Qingshan only had a rough understanding of it to ensure that he would not make any major mistakes. All the Qi practitioners boarded the ship in order, listening to the instructor call out their names one by one before stepping onto the formation. Chen Han. A man made his way out of the crowd and arrived at the center of the formation. The 5 elements lit up at the same time. Metal, wood, water, and earth were very weak, but fire was a 7-foot-tall ball. The yin and yang qi above his head shone with light and darkness. The light far surpassed the darkness. Only then did Li Qingshan understand why the testing formation was so large. As it turned out, it could measure the strength of various elemental affinity at the same time. The male instructor recorded on the side, fire element upper, yang element lower. Everyone else is ding element lower. When Hua Chenglu walked into the formation, a huge shadow immediately formed in the air above her. She was determined to be yin armor lower. She was an excellent disciple of the school of legalism. She made her way out of the formation under everyone's praises. Following her was Yu Zijian. She felt slightly nervous. She still practiced the innate method of practicing qi right now. She had not tested the yin, yang, and the 5 elements yet. The formation flashed with light and produced an extremely weak hum. The scorching white light was dazzling. A dazzling ball of light rose up above her head like a miniature sun. The light passed through the water mirror and landed in the dark room, illuminating everyone's faces. The various school leaders were all slightly moved. Lu Chongqing smiled. Yang armor upper, suitable for practicing righteous qi. There's no one who's going to compete with me this time. No matter which aspect of yin, yang, and the 5 elements reached the limit, they were all rare geniuses. What do you know? The slovenly Taoist priest, who had remained silent the entire time, only drinking with his head lowered, suddenly spoke. Please enlighten me, senior. Lu Chongqing was extremely well-mannered. He bowed, demonstrating the gentleness, politeness, and courtesy of Confucianism. Of course, The most important reason was that he was not the old Taoist priest's opponent. He was only at early foundation establishment, while the old Taoist priest had already reached late foundation establishment. However, the slovenly Taoist priest did not look at him at all. He only stared at the scene in the water mirror disc. Some eagerness appeared in his eyes, which surprised all the school leaders who knew him. All of them knew that the old Taoist priest had a bad temper and a foul mouth. Nothing mattered to him. Yu Zijian's talent was extraordinary, but it was not enough for him to behave like this. However, as soon as he looked at her, Lu Chongqing cried out involuntarily, "The pure Yang constitution!" Apart from the scorching ball of light above Yu Zijian's head, there was not a sliver of darkness at all. Regular people possessed both yin and yang. As the saying went, yin alone cannot give birth, and yang alone cannot grow. Only cultivators of extremely high cultivation could attain the realm of pure yang. This had always been the simplest principle of cultivation. Where there was light, there would be darkness. Where there was yin, there would be yang. Chapter 280. At the same time, among Yu Zijian's 5 elements, a treasured sword with distinct markings directly condensed at the position of the metal element. It could also be rated as an A, but no one paid any attention to it anymore. Everyone's eyes lit up. The slovenly Taoist priest immediately began to regret his decision. Sure enough, Lu Chongqing clapped his hands. "He's a disciple of my school of Confucianism." The slovenly Taoist priest shook his head. "Nonsense, nonsense. If a person with a pure yang body doesn't cultivate, it'll be a waste. Righteousness is only a minor path." Amit Ba, benefactors, please don't argue. This child is fated with the Buddha. He'll definitely be able to condense a Saraira in the future. Before Lu Chongqing could even retort, the one-thought monk chanted aloud. The slovenly Taoist priest smiled. "Why don't you ask the girl if she's willing to shave her head and become a thieving baldy with you?" The one-thought monk was taken aback. Although it was referred to as a strand of worry, if it were not for the fact that her heart was already dead, would the young woman be willing to part with it? The school of Buddhism was a major school, but they did not have as many disciples as the slovenly Taoist priest, precisely because of these rules. He no longer argued back, only lowering his head and chanting. He made up his mind that he had to fight for it when the time came. The slovenly Taoist priest thought, bald donkeys are nothing to worry about. As for this Lu Chongqing, he's a problem. Though, I'll tell the girl about the affairs of Prefect Lu when the time comes. He snickered. Lu Chongqing shivered inside from his smile. He knew the slovenly Taoist priest was up to no good, but he only smiled elegantly, expressing his determination to obtain her. Since the 3 of them had spoken, the other school leaders simply stopped talking. It was not just because the 3 schools were indeed the best for the pure yang body. Among the 100 schools, the schools of Confucianism, Buddhism, and Taoism were the most powerful. How many resources could they afford to compete? The academy only provided a platform for cultivation. Even the relationship between master and disciple was not as strict as in sections. The various cultivation resources had to be earned by the disciples themselves. It was rather similar to the schools in Li Qingshan's past life. However, as long as they came across true geniuses, they would fight for them regardless of what they had to do. The 100 schools contended, forming their own factions. One more genius disciple meant one more power in the future. Originally, no one paid too much attention to the girl beside Hua Chunlu, but the light she displayed right now surprised everyone. Hua Sengzan watched from afar. All he saw was Yu Zijian making her way down from the formation in a hurry. He smiled. Pure yang, so that's how it is. Those few should have seen it. Of all these people, no, Of all the 100 schools of thought, perhaps no one had a brighter future than her. At this moment, it was just the beginning of its brilliance. After a while, Wukwe also stepped onto the spirit design. He directly formed a towering tree at the position of the wood element. Being evaluated as wood upper grade showed the giant lumberman's extraordinary aptitude toward wood spirits. The sun rose bit by bit, and the cultivators also went up to take the test one by one. From time to time, a genius would appear, causing a burst of envy and admiration from the crowd. Qian Rongji was one of them. She also belonged to the Yin attribute. She was evaluated as lower grade, only slightly inferior to Hua Qinglu. Finally, it was Li Qingshan's turn. He walked into the formation slowly, and a vast expanse of water suddenly permeated the surroundings. Yu Zijian sighed in amazement. So powerful! Hua Qinglu also said, "No wonder he can control that water element flying sword. It's so easy." At the same time, he condensed a weapon and a boulder for the metal and earth elements. Although it was much cruder than the treasured sword Yu Zijian had condensed, it was already quite impressive. Above him, there was also a ball of white light, as well as a small shadow. Interesting. The male instructor smiled and recorded with his brush: water upper grade, metal lower grade, earth middle grade, wood lower grade, fire lower grade, yang upper grade, yin lower grade. If he knew the results of Li Qingshan's test last time, he would not just find it interesting. Back then, the ripples were only half as large as this one. The metal and wood elements were much weaker too. Although it was not impossible to change one's innate affinity, it was extremely difficult. It either required extremely precious pills and immortal herbs, or it required a decade or even a century of painstaking cultivation. However, the ability that Oxen had taught him had directly turned Li Qingshan into something else, gradually allowing him to possess the talent and power that only otherworldlings possessed. Before the water mirror disc, a few more school leaders paid a little more attention to Li Qingshan. The crowd was filled with envious and jealous gazes. "Brother Tian, isn't that the person in the building? His talent with the water element is so powerful." The young man in white said in disdain, "That's all there is to it. I'll show you what true power is later." A while later, the instructor called out, "Chu Tian." The young man in white smiled at the two girls beside him and stepped onto the formation gracefully. His eyes were filled with unparalleled confidence. By now, the test had already reached its end. The sun was about to rise to its highest point. Everyone felt slightly bored, no longer focusing on the test. Instead, they chatted among themselves. As the instructors conversed, they immediately prepared to pack up and take everyone to eat before preparing for the test in the afternoon. Suddenly, 5 streaks of light, gold, green, blue, red, and yellow, shot up into the air. On the 5 corners of the formation, there was a delicate sword, a towering tree, a surging lake, a roaring fire, and a lofty mountain. The 5 elements, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, all appeared to have reached the pinnacle. The square immediately fell silent. "It's above A. No, there's no way to measure this formation. Is there something wrong with the formation?" The instructor who was recording down the formation cried out, breaking the silence. Cries of surprise and admiration rang out everywhere. Everyone could not help but look at the young man in white in the center of the formation, at the young man in white called Chu Tian. A genius, a true genius, due to how rare the pure yang form that Yu Zijian had demonstrated was. Even the various school leaders had almost misjudged it, let alone these chi practitioners. Yu Zijian stood there for a while before descending very quickly. Even if someone noticed that there was only light and no darkness, they would only treat it as a mistake. In the end, the instructor only rated her as above A. It was about the same as with Kuei and Li Qingshan. It was nowhere near as shocking as Chu Tian right now. Brother Tian is so powerful. The eyes of the two girls beside Chu Tian shone brightly. Chu Tian smiled at them, as if he was saying, "What do you think?" The constitution of 5 elements. The various school leaders were shocked as well. The entrance examination this time was just too rare. First, it was the constitution of pure yang, and then it was the constitution of 5 elements. This was a rare talent that only appeared once every few decades. It would lead to another round of competition. Li Qingshan watched on silently as well. He sighed in amazement that the world really did not lack geniuses. Suddenly, he felt the young man called Chu Tian glance at him in a provocative manner, which left him rather confused. Chu Tian stood there for quite a while before slowly making his way down. He opened his fan and seemed extraordinarily elegant. If he were a little more handsome, he would be even more perfect. However, no one cared about this tiny flaw right now. The talent he had demonstrated was enough to make up for everything. Strength was a man's best outer garment. Not only did the school leaders pay no attention to the remaining tests, but even the Qi practitioners present no longer paid attention to them. The square was in a hubbub. Just now, the people who had demonstrated extraordinary talent were surrounded by quite a few people. Some of the more quick-witted Qi practitioners had already begun choosing people to socialize with. They were all from the same batch, so it was only right for them to get closer. Especially around Chu Tian, there were more than 10 people surrounding him. No one doubted that this youth would soon soar into the sky. Li Qingshan rubbed the jade thumb ring on his thumb. I wonder how Little N is doing? The ship that Little N was on had been sent to a small island on the outskirts. All the children were taught the innate method of condensing qi and given a qi gathering pill each. They began to meditate and practice qi in a large hall, searching for that mysterious sense of qi. Not far away, the female instructor held a pointer in her hand. Her face was dark, and she would occasionally glance at Little N, looking more and more unkind. Although an instructor had come to tell her the whole story on Wang Pushi's orders, she was even more furious. This was clearly a deliberate attempt to humiliate her. The instructor had also told her that some of the school leaders were somewhat dissatisfied with her, which made her both terrified and angry. She wanted nothing more than to give Little N a good beating, but at the same time, the instructor had reminded her that this child was not a commoner's child and that he might be valued by a few of the school leaders. She could not vent her anger, but that did not mean that she would swallow it. But she had already made up her mind that she would not let Little N have it easy. There were still a few months left, and she did not believe that she would not be able to deal with a child with her methods. Little N did not take this hostility to heart. Instead, he focused on cultivating qi. She was no stranger to the innate method of condensing qi. When Li Qingshan cultivated this technique, he would often ask her for guidance. The sense of qi that caused the children to blush did not trouble her at all. In an instant, a sliver of true qi was born and began to flow. After a while, it grew several times stronger. The qi gathering pill had long since been completely used up, but it continued to grow at an unbelievable rate. To put it bluntly, the path of qi refinement was to refine essence into qi. It was mainly to absorb essence qi from one's body and transform it into true qi. Her small body was formed by refining the flesh and blood of countless people. The essence qi contained in her body was many times stronger than that of an ordinary child. There was no limit to her comprehension ability, nor was there a limit to her resources. Soon, she had cultivated the first 3 layers of the innate method of condensing qi. Then, the true qi began to rush through the yang linking meridian. As a result, it passed through the Shenmai acupoint without any hindrance, and then through the other acupoints to clear the yang heel meridian. The difficulties that normal people faced were a piece of cake for her. If the meridian was like a river, then there was no dam above her river. This body that she had condensed through the path of white bone and great beauty was in perfect condition right from the start. After a while, little N stood up. The harsh female instructor immediately rebuked. "Who told you to stand up?" Little N expressionlessly replied, "I'm done." Chapter 281. The female instructor rubbed her eyes, wondering if she was dreaming. However, the handsome yet expressionless child in front of her was clearly in the third layer of qi training. The other instructors were also startled and looked over. When they saw little N, it was as if they saw a monster full of disbelief. According to the rules of the 100 schools of thought, if a child can't sense qi for more than 3 months, they will be expelled. Even if they can sense qi, they must stay for 3 months, learn some basic things, and not have any contact with the outside world. Little N didn't want to reveal too much about herself, but when she thought about not being able to see him for 3 months, she felt anxious. It was a longing that was even more unbearable than being burned by fire. Thus, there was only one way to master the innate method of condensing qi and push her cultivation level to the third layer of qi training. To her, this wasn't a difficult task. The female instructor screamed, "This is impossible. She must have hidden her cultivation level." In the history of the 100 schools of thought, there were geniuses who mastered the innate method of condensing qi within 3 months. But how long did she take? 2 hours? The instructors nodded. This was the most logical explanation. After 3 months, the child with the highest cultivation level would receive a valuable reward. Since she had that expensive sound transmitting thumb ring, it wasn't strange for her to have a spiritual tool that could hide her aura. The person behind her wanted to use this method to get the reward, but he didn't expect the child to be so simple. The female instructor yelled, "How despicable! I was wondering how she could hide from my eyes when she kicked that brat. This kind of liar should be severely punished and expelled from the 100 schools of thought immediately." The spacious hall became noisy. The children, who were already restless from meditating, were very impatient. With such a show to watch, they all opened their eyes curiously and discussed with each other. Some even slowly surrounded them. Only little N was as quiet as before, but there was a rare hint of anxiety between her brows. She said, "I'm leaving," and walked out of the hall. "Where are you going?" The female instructor reached out her hand with a fierce expression, bringing along a strong wind, wanting to make her suffer. Little N looked back and clenched her fist. "Stop!" A fat old man walked over and grabbed the female instructor's hand. The female instructor said, "Professor, there's no need to say anything else. I heard everything." In the 100 schools of thought, the instructors were all students who couldn't afford the tuition fees, but still wanted to stay in the 100 schools of thought. Their cultivation level wasn't necessarily higher than the other students. For example, this female instructor had just crossed the barrier of the 6th layer of qi training. The professors, on the other hand, were equivalent to high-level instructors. Their cultivation levels were much higher. This chubby old man was in the 9th layer of qi refinement. He was in charge of all the instructors on this island, teaching these new children. The fat old man had a benevolent look on his face. Seeing that she had dealt such a heavy hand to a cute little girl, he disapproved in his heart. This matter needs to be handled by the various patriarchs. Then he said to little N in a pleasant manner, "Little girl, can you give me your hand?" Little N nodded, loosened his fist, and raised his hand. The fat old man used 3 fingers to pinch her slender wrist and injected a stream of true qi into it. His face was puzzled at first, then shocked. This is, the female instructor said. It's just a little liar. The fat old man shouted, "Shut up!" The female instructor was so frightened that her whole body trembled. The other instructors also rarely saw this person speak so harshly. They were very surprised, not knowing what he had discovered. The fat old man didn't care about their doubts. He removed the jade tablet from his waist and injected it with true qi. While Lu Chongqing was arguing with the others about which family Chu Tian belonged to, the jade tablet on his waist flashed. He picked it up and tapped it lightly. The fat old man's somewhat hoarse voice came from it. "Patriarch, there's a child who's already in the 3rd layer of qi training?" Lu Chongqing frowned. "You're joking." "No. Looks like he's hiding his cultivation level." Lu Chongqing thought for a moment and came up with the most reasonable conclusion. However, to be able to reach the 3rd layer of qi training at such a young age was also very rare. Although he had bad intentions, it was a pity that he was a talent. A punishment would suffice. Just as he was about to order the fat old man to bring the child here, he heard the fat old man say, "That's not it either." Everyone sitting there had sharp eyes and ears. All of them stopped arguing and cast their gazes towards Lu Chongqing. Lu Chongqing said impatiently, "Then what's going on?" "Patriarch, I think it's a heavenly meridian's prodigy." The fat old man gulped, as if he couldn't believe it himself. Lu Chongqing was stunned. He wanted to cover the jade tablet, but it was already too late. The patriarch's eyes were shining like wolves. Lu Chongqing had no choice but to continue asking, "Are you sure?" All the patriarchs pricked up their ears. They were excited and expectant, but also a little doubtful. Everyone had heard of Heavenly Meridian's prodigies, but no one had ever seen one. It was even rarer than pure Yang Constitution and 5 Elements Constitution. 8 extraordinary meridians, 12 principal meridians, and 100 acupoints. Not a single one is blocked. The fat old man said 16 words, which was the most complete summary of a Heavenly Meridian's prodigy. The slovenly Taoist immediately took control of the water mirror disc. The image changed, showing a small island. Then, the small island rapidly expanded, passing through the golden eaves and landing on the fat old man. His expression was serious and solemn. The image immediately changed to Little and who was beside him. He cried out involuntarily, "So, it's her." As a result, he no longer had any doubts. The water mirror disc had shone on her just now. At that time, she indeed did not have any qi refinement aura. There was no spirit artifact that could hide aura from the eyes of a group of Foundation establishment cultivators. Even if there was such a spirit artifact, it was not something a 3rd layer qi refinement child could control. She really was a Heavenly Meridian's prodigy. Everyone's expression changed. Heavenly Meridian's prodigies were born with unobstructed meridians. The circulation of their true qi would not be hindered. Reaching the 10th layer of qi refinement was as easy as flipping a hand. In other words, their constitution was like a 10th layer qi refinement cultivator who had lost all of their true qi. They only needed to inject true qi into their bodies again. Most cultivators in the world were trapped in the qi refinement realm their entire lives. Even those with pure Yang constitutions and 5 Elements constitutions had to spend a lot of effort to break through bottlenecks and advance step by step. However, Heavenly Meridian's prodigies did not have such worries. The problem they faced from the very beginning was how to break through to the Foundation establishment realm. If a pure Yang constitution was said to be more suitable for the Confucian Buddhist, and Taoist schools, then a five elements constitution might be suitable for a wider range of people, but at least the school of Yin was not interested. However, there was no school or clan that would not be interested in a Heavenly Meridian's prodigy. Even a clan leader who stood aloof from worldly affairs would have to roll up his sleeves and prepare to fight for it. If he managed to get his hands on her, he would at least be a foundation establishment cultivator. He finally understood why Begonia could make such a promise. She was worthy of any school or clan supporting her, with all of their resources. Lu Chongqing said, "Bring her to Contention Island immediately and have her yin-yang and five elements tested." Understood. Also, that woman, what's her name again? She's not suitable to continue teaching children. Bring her back to Contention Island to reflect on her mistakes. This time, even Wang Pushi was in complete agreement. What filthy woman! How could you accuse a Heavenly Meridian's prodigy unjustly? Suddenly, he thought of something and cursed Lu Chongqing in his mind for being so cunning. He was purposely speaking in such a loud voice. He was clearly trying to curry favor with that child. No, I have to have Little Blossom talk to Li Qingshan about this. Whether or not I can be promoted to Scarlet Wolf will depend on my performance this time. Sir. The female instructor's cry of surprise came from the jade tablet. Looking through the water mirror disc, her face instantly paled after hearing Lu Chongqing's words. However, little N was still expressionless, which disappointed Lu Chongqing a little. He suddenly raised his head and looked at Wang Pushi. Their gazes seemed to be clashing. The various clan leaders all looked at each other with unfriendly gazes. Clang, clang, clang. 3 crisp sounds rang out. In the corner of the room, an old man with a rustic air used his tobacco pipe to strike the floor 3 times, kicking out ash. The old man's wrinkled face was sallow like it had been smoked. He wore white robes as he squatted down on the table. He seemed like an old farmer who had spent his entire life farming. He seemed extremely out of place. Suddenly, his gaze shifted, and the light and wisdom that flashed through his eyes revealed his true identity, the leader of the School of Agriculture. He was the oldest here, so old that no one knew exactly how old he was. Everyone respected him, and even the slovenly Taoist was no exception. No one knew his real name since a long time ago. They only knew that his surname was Huang, and he called himself Earth Elder. Everyone, calm down. It's just a Heavenly Meridian's prodigy. Look at how he's startled you. You've lost the bearing of a clan leader, said Earth Elder Huang as he added more tobacco. The flames flickered, and the fragrance permeated the air. Whether it was Yu Zijin or Chu Tian, he did not argue with them. The world had changed with the vicissitudes of life. He seemed indifferent to it already. Senior, have you seen him before? Lu Chongqing asked politely. Over 2 centuries ago, I did see one. What about now? The various leaders all perked up their ears. Even the coldest Hananjuan could not help but listen closely. Just how far had the Heavenly Meridian's prodigy of the past reached after 2 centuries? It was definitely not just foundation establishment, but if it was higher, then he would not be a nameless figure. However, he did not seem to have heard of this person before. Earth Elder, Huang blew out a cloud of smoke. Right now, I'm sitting here. He's already been buried for a century. He did not go into detail. A nameless dead person was not worth going into detail, no matter how much of a genius he was in the past. However, the leaders all came to a realization. Having talent did not mean you could go far. In particular, Wang Pushi sighed in amazement. There were so many Qi practitioners in the same year as him that they could not even count their talent on a single hand. However, he had reached this step in the end. They could not help but lament that the older the ginger, the wiser the ginger. The water mirror disc remained locked onto Little, and they would still fight for it, but they had made up their minds. Finally, they finished examining the last Chi practitioner. The instructors yawned and prepared to take the Chi practitioners to eat. Suddenly, a flying shuttle flew over. The plump old man disembarked with Little and followed by a cold-faced female instructor. She was very reluctant and dissatisfied, her gaze towards Little, and was as sharp as a knife, tempted to cut off a piece of flesh. However, the child had never taken her seriously the entire time. Suddenly, she felt a sharp gaze sweep past her face. She raised her head and saw a cold-faced young man looking at her with a frown. She shivered inside for some reason. Chapter 282. Li Qingshan was extremely sensitive to killing intent and hostility. How could he not notice her? If it was himself, he might not care, and was enough reason for him to kill. Seeing that Li Qingshan was also in the 6th layer, the female instructor glared back, unwilling to be outdone. However, Li Qingshan's gaze had already landed on En. She did not notice that Qian Rongji's gaze was as gentle as water. It did not contain any killing intent or hostility at all. Even if the female instructor saw it, she would only think it was very gentle. "And why are you here?" Li Qingshan asked. Suddenly he was surprised. "Huh, 3rd layer?" When En saw Li Qingshan, she immediately smiled brightly and threw herself into his arms. "What's wrong? It's only been a morning. How did you reach the 3rd layer?" Li Qingshan patted her head. He vaguely understood that this was probably the effect of the path of white bone and great beauty. The plump old man did not have time to explain. Knowing that all the schoolheads were watching, he urged, "Hurry up and test the yin, yang, and the 5 elements." Li Qingshan smiled. "That's good too. We can cultivate together now. Go." Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, En walked towards the array formation. Most of the Chi practitioners were baffled. Why did a child come out in the end, led by the professor himself? Did she have some powerful background? However, reaching the 3rd layer at such a young age was indeed impressive. No one would have thought that she was just an ordinary person in the morning. At least, she looked like one. Even if someone thought of it, they would immediately dispel the absurd idea. Isn't that the child beside Li Qingshan? Her name is, and didn't she go to the Meng Tong test? Han Qiongji asked curiously. Hua Sengzan frowned. What was wrong with this child? 3rd layer? Was she hiding her strength? There was no better explanation. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind. No way. Brother Tian, look at that child. She's so pretty. I think I've seen her somewhere. Chu Tian, who was being surrounded by everyone, also turned his head in confusion. There were still people to be tested. What a waste of time. The 100 clans should raise the bar. Any Tom, Dick, or Harry could be his classmate, and stood in the center of the formation and looked at the ancient formation that was deeply carved into the stone. He felt that it was extremely familiar. This sense of familiarity was far stronger than that of Li Qingshan, but it was also so sudden, like a wave crashing down without warning. Some remnant memories being overturned and poured out. She couldn't help but close her eyes. On a certain year and a certain month, she had also stood on a similar formation, and sounds of joy and surprise came from all around her. Success. What success? The formation buzzed faintly and suddenly lit up. The surroundings fell silent. Everyone was stunned for a moment before bursting into snickers. This talent is really rare. Chu Tian laughed the loudest. Could it be that this is also a 5 elements body? Around, and the 5 corners of the formation shone with a golden radiance. a tender blade of grass, and a crystal-clear water droplet. A dim yellow flame. The position that belonged to the earth element was empty. Looking closely, one could see a floating dust particle, and above the formation, the radiance and darkness were so weak that they could barely be seen. "They are all under ding?" The teacher in charge of recording frowned. "No, it should be even lower than under ding. They don't have any yin-yang or five elements talent. If Chu Tian was a peerless genius, this child would be a peerless trash." The fat old man sighed. The female teacher mocked. "This is the heaven meridian genius that the family heads value? I think he's just trash." Li Qingshan glanced at her indifferently. He no longer possessed any murderousness. To a dead person, there was no need to show such a fierce attitude. He also didn't want to understand why she was so hostile towards and was a genius that even Brother Bull would praise. The leaders of the various families were all disappointed. Originally, they had been considering using yin-yang and the five elements to decide who one belonged to. However, her talent for the five elements was so low, which meant that her connection with the spiritual chi of the world was so weak that it was almost non-existent. Even if she had some talent in any of the five elements, it would be fine. No, it would be fine, even if she was slightly lacking. However, she basically had no talent for cultivation at all. Chi practitioner was fine, but foundation establishment required her to communicate with the spiritual chi of the world. Lu Chongqing shook his head and sighed gently. Is this what they mean by fortune and misfortune coming hand in hand? Behind the peerless talent, there was a huge flaw. Talent for the five elements was not impossible to make up for, but the resources required were tremendous. Probably only large sects like the Sword Collection Palace, the Umbral Een sect, or large clans like the Provincial Overseer's estate could afford it. However, if such resources were invested in a regular chi practitioner, they would be able to produce a genius. Why would they use it on her? The heavens had played a terrible joke on her. The leaders of the various families looked at Earth Elder Huang again. They were rather impressed by his foresight. Geniuses could not be seen once. The old man continued to smoke leisurely. He did not show any disappointment or surprise. Only the one-thought master brought his palms together and lowered his head, pretending to feel pity. His lips curled into an unfathomable smile. This was all the Buddha's arrangements. That shouldn't be the case. The man in coarse clothes frowned. As the leader of the school of yin-yang, Ma Bai's understanding of yin-yang and the five elements was incomparable to other school leaders. The world had always been created by the five elements. Even regular people should not have such weak talent. "Child, you can come down now," the plump old man said gently. Anne's eyes remained firmly shut. She did not budge. A woman's cold voice rang out from the bottom of her heart. "Do you understand how to use this formation? Let me see." She murmured with an almost undetectable voice, "Yes, mother." "What are you?" the plump old man asked. However, Li Qingshan sensed that there was something off about him. He took a few steps forward, wanting to stop her. The formation suddenly began to operate, radiating with light. The crystalline droplet of water flew towards the tender grass, and the grass began to grow. In the blink of an eye, it had grown into a tree. As the tree sprouted and flourished, the spark landed on it and set it ablaze. The tree was reduced to ashes, scattering into thousands of specks of dust. The speck of dust absorbed it, turning it into a piece of black soil. Specks of golden light appeared in the black soil, merging with the golden light. Afterwards, the droplet of water appeared once more, turning into a gurgling stream that circled around the dead tree. The grass began to grow once more. The wildfire could not burn away the grass, and it grew again with the spring breeze. At the same time, the two specks of light and darkness merged together in the sky above the formation, constantly revolving. With each revolution, they would grow slightly larger, reaching the size of a fist in the blink of an eye. The light and darkness were clearly separated, yet they merged together inseparably. No matter which angle one looked at it from, it seemed like a diagram of yin and yang. The instructor responsible for recording said in surprise, "All of the attributes have become higher than D." "No, they're C." The chi practitioners in the surroundings were all stunned. Wasn't this a testing formation? It could be used like this. The 5 elements engender each other, and yin and yang complement each other. How is this possible? Ma Bai's eyes widened, and he abruptly stood up. Lu Chongqing frowned and asked, "Fellow Ma, what's going on? Do you know what the full name of this formation is?" Ma Bai's breathing had quickened. All the clan heads were stumped. With their knowledge and experience, if they were asked about some strange formation, they would definitely have some understanding. However, when they saw the name of the formation in front of them, they all felt a little lost. Wasn't this a formation for testing one's attributes? The slovenly Taoist asked, "Is it the yin-yang 5 elements engendering and subduing formation?" Ma Bai replied, "That's right. Fellow Taoist is indeed knowledgeable. Then, do you know what the true function of this formation is?" Even the slovenly Taoist was feeling a little helpless. Apart from testing one's attributes, what else could it do? Ma Bai said, "The cultivation techniques of ancient cultivators are all about cultivating yin and yang and the 5 elements. You should know this, right?" What was known as transcendence energy in ancient times was a type of power that combined yin and yang and the 5 elements. It allowed one to freely use any technique, and its power was extraordinarily great, and it had endless variations. However, the difficulty of cultivation was high, and the requirement for the cultivator's innate talent was so high that it was unimaginable to the people of today. Only an extremely small number of people could master it. If the standards of ancient times were to be used to measure the current cultivators, it would be rare for there to be 100 or 10 out of the 100 schools of thought left. In order to fight against their enemies, ancient cultivators obtained inspiration from their enemies, mutants and demons, and continuously improved their path of cultivation. Only then did they come to this cultivation method that focused on cultivating one type of true qi. Although it lowered the quality of the cultivators, it increased the number of cultivators by 100 or even 1,000 times, and established the rule of humans. All the clan heads nodded. This could be considered the basic history of the cultivation path. Suddenly, they seemed to have understood something, and looked towards the water mirror disk. Within the formation, a shocking change was happening. The trees had already been destroyed by the blazing fire more than 10 times, but under the nourishment of water and soil, they had turned into a lush forest. A river parted the thick soil and passed through the forest. Specks of golden sand shone brightly in the river water. Within it, Anne's existence could no longer be seen. Only when the blazing fire burned him again would he be able to catch a glimpse of him. As for the 2 colors of yin and yang, they had also disappeared. They had fused into every firelight and every shade of the trees. One waxed, the other waxed, and the yin and yang changed. The 5 elements were no longer individually, but as a whole, as if it was a living world. It was as if the world had just been created, and the primordial creation. "There all be grade," the instructor in charge of recording murmured. He did not know what else to say. Although it was still be grade, anyone could see that it was even rarer than Chu Tianze grade. Moreover, the yin and yang and the 5 elements were still growing, and it was only a matter of time before they became a grade. Chapter 283, Testing the Attributes of Yin, yang, and the five elements was only a secondary function of the formation, but to the cultivators of this era, this was the only function that was known. Book C Pavilion many of the formation diagrams had even simplified the original core parts of the formation, leaving only the parts that tested the attributes. The stone formation on Contention Island had a history of several thousand years and was a complete formation passed down from ancient times. Its complexity and enormity were definitely not what Li Qingshan had thought at the beginning, that it could only test various attributes at the same time. Today, Little N had activated its long-forgotten function. Everyone was dumbfounded. They had thought that they had already seen a peerless genius today, and that their minds would no longer be shocked. Now, what was a genius? Looking at this scene that surpassed their imaginations and understanding, they couldn't even muster the slightest bit of jealousy. Lu Chongqing asked again, "Then what's the test for her yin, yang, and the five elements?" Ma Bai glanced at him and couldn't be bothered to answer. He continued to look at the water mirror disc, a hint of fanaticism in his eyes. From the very beginning, that child hadn't been using the formation's low-level testing function, but had been deducing the changes of yin, yang, and the five elements bit by bit. Thus, she had to start from the smallest point, which was the little grass that had first appeared as a water droplet. As for her talent, it would depend on how far she could deduce it. Her talent definitely wouldn't be lower than the realm she had deduced. Normally, it would be much higher, which was why she was able to do it so easily. What she had displayed now was no longer talent, but ability, an incomparable ability. Ma Bai took off his tall hat and bowed to the ground. "Fellow Taoists, I, Ma Bai, only have one request today. Allow this child to join my school of yin yang. In the future, if you have any requests, I will do my best." Book C Pavilion, net. All the patriarchs looked surprised. Among the various patriarchs, although Ma Bai wasn't as wild as the slovenly Taoist, he was also famous for his arrogance. He was like a reclusive cultivator from ancient times, arrogant and aloof from the world. However, no one offended him because of this, because he was proficient in the art of divination. Everyone had times when they needed his help, but when had they ever seen him beg someone so humbly? Everyone in the world knew that the school of yin yang was proficient in divination, but Ma Bai did not take pride in it. In ancient times, even a third-rate cultivator could divine good or bad fortune. The school of yin yang was a descendant of ancient cultivators. Ancient cultivators were omnipotent, and divination was just one of them. However, when compared to the other families that specialized in one thing, they seemed to be good at nothing. In the end, only divination required yin yang and the five elements as the foundation. Only then did it become the ultimate art of the yin yang school and become world famous. Whether it was Yu Zijian's pure yang constitution or Chu Tian's five elements constitution, none of them could faze him so much as what the school of yin yang required was balance. To a certain extent, the definition of a genius in ancient times was very different from that in modern times. However, if it was this child, he would definitely be able to display the true brilliance of the yin yang school's ancient cultivation technique. All the patriarchs were speechless. No one could easily give up on this child. When the trees turned into forests, the streams turned into rivers. A class, mid-A class, upper A class. The instructor constantly changed his judgment. When he said upper A class, there was a rumble, and the image on the formation exploded, erupting with 7 different colors. It returned to its most basic form of yin, yang, and the 5 elements once again. Only Little and remained standing in the formation. She was slightly lost. Just now, everything seemed like a dream. To her, or to everyone else. Her derivation had already reached the limit that the formation could endure. It was like a Rubik's Cube. To an advanced player, it had lost its function as a test or a game. Li Qingshan rushed over in a hurry. "Are you all right?" The various patriarchs looked at one another. It was no longer as simple as hostility. Instead, it was a determination to obtain him, a determination to never compromise. Namo Amitabha, the one-thought master, who had remained silent the entire time, suddenly chanted the Buddha's name loudly. His voice was like the morning bell or the evening drum, like the roar of a lion or the roar of thunder. It was loud and vigorous. "This child is fated with the Buddha. Please do not contend against this monk." Han Anjuan said frigidly, "Then the past was all a lie for monks? I think the kick she used to kick the fat kid just now is steady, accurate, and vicious. It's rather similar to the style of our school of the military." The one-thought master said in a hurry, "We're really fated this time." Just now, when everyone was disappointed by Little Land's talent in yin, yang, and the 5 elements, only he secretly rejoiced. Finally, no one was contending against him anymore. What he saw from Little Land was a clear Buddhist light that even the variations of yin, yang, and the 5 elements were unable to obscure. Never had he seen such a clear root of wisdom and Buddhist nature in the eyes of a child. But this time, the Buddha's arrangements were rather unexpected. Women are supposed to sing to the wind and the moon, to be companions of poetry and books. How can they become nuns, living in the light of ancient Buddhas or serving as soldiers, sweating and bleeding? I don't think our school of Confucianism can tolerate such a great talent. Lu Chongqing no longer behaved gently, politely, and politely either. With a clang, the slovenly Taoist priest kicked over the long table in front of him. The alcohol jug and cups fell to the ground, clattering loudly. "Whoever dares to contend against me for little, and will have to test my abilities first." The one-thought master suddenly lifted his monk's robes, revealing his sturdy chest that did not match his appearance. He roared out, "Tisk, Oxnose, I've been putting up with you for a very long time now. Do you really think our school of Buddhism doesn't have the ability to subdue dragons and tame tigers? Ha, bald ass, I've always found you to be a thorn in my side. Let's have a spar today." The two of them took up a fighting stance. The leaders of the smaller schools originally knew they could not contend against the major schools, so they could not help but stand up now, expressing their opinions one after another. The puppets of the school of Moism. A single person can fight against 1,000,000 soldiers. Practicing medicine to save the world is the duty of the school of medicine. If you don't understand music theory, you're basically a woman for nothing. The originally solemn and serene atmosphere instantly became as noisy as a market. Outside the pavilion, the instructors on standby all revealed horrified expressions. If the people inside were to start a fight, they would be implicated as well. Writing novels isn't bad, either. In the corner, a middle-aged man said meekly. He had been sitting in the corner the entire time, saying nothing at all. Finally, he could not help but speak up now. The room suddenly fell silent. The gazes of all the school leaders gathered on him. Their gazes were as stern as swords and killing intent brood like dark clouds. With a swish, the middle-aged man became covered in cold sweat. I was just saying. The argument continued, and the middle-aged man exhaled deeply. He was filled with disappointment. The one-thought master had already revealed his extremely sturdy upper body, glaring at him furiously. The slovenly Taoist priest provoked him loudly. "Bald ass, come at me. I'll let you take 3 moves first." "Hell of ice." Wang Pushi bellowed out. The various school leaders all felt a cold gust of wind sweep over. It was cold and murderous, and its might was like a prison. They could not help but stop arguing and look at Wang Pushi. "Everyone, please calm down. Don't lose the bearing of a school leader. Have you all forgotten what Brother Huang said earlier? From the beginning to the end, only the calm old man didn't say a word and just sat there calmly. All the family heads felt slightly ashamed. Brother Huang, why don't you say? Wang Pushi paused. Earth Elder Huang, who sat there smoking a pipe, was just an earth puppet. Suddenly, he turned his head and looked at the water mirror disc. Earth Elder Huang was currently standing before Little and with an amiable smile. He was saying something to her, and he even took out a handful of peanuts and gave them to her. Motherfucker, an earth puppet substitute and distance shrink. The slovenly Taoist priest cursed aloud. Chapter 284. Testing the attributes of yin, yang, and the 5 elements was only a secondary function of the formation. However, to the cultivators of this era, this was the only function that was known. Many of the formation diagrams had even simplified the original core of the formation, leaving only the part that tested the attributes. Meanwhile, the stone formation on Contention Island had thousands of years of history. It was a complete formation that had been passed down since ancient times. Its complexity and enormity were definitely not what Li Qingshan had initially thought, that it could only test various attributes at the same time. Today, Little N had activated its long-forgotten function. Everyone was dumbfounded. They had originally thought that they had already seen a peerless genius today, and that their minds would no longer be shocked. Now, what was a genius? Looking at this scene that surpassed their imaginations and understanding, they could not even feel the slightest bit of jealousy. Lu Chongqing then asked, "Then what is the test of her yin-yang and the 5 elements talent?" Ma Bai glanced at him and could not be bothered to answer. He continued to look at the water mirror disc, a hint of fanaticism in his eyes. From the very beginning, that child did not use the formation's low-level testing function. Instead, she slowly extrapolated the changes of yin, yang, and the 5 elements. Thus, she had to start from the smallest point, which was the little grass that had first appeared as a water droplet. As for her talent, it would depend on how far she could extrapolate it. Her talent would definitely not be lower than the realm she had extrapolated. Normally, it would be much higher, which was why she could do it so easily. What she had displayed now was no longer talent, but ability, and incomparable ability. Ma Bai took off his tall hat and bowed to the ground. "Fellow Taoists, today I, Ma Bai, only ask of you one thing. Let this child join my school of yin-yang. In the future, if you have any orders, I will obey them." All the patriarchs looked surprised. Among the various patriarchs, Ma Bai was not as wild as the slovenly Taoist. However, he was also famous for his arrogance. It was like the arrogance of a reclusive cultivator from ancient times. However, no one offended him because of this, because he was proficient in the art of divination. Everyone had times when they needed his help. When had they ever seen him beg others so humbly? Everyone knew that the school of yin-yang was proficient in divination. However, Ma Bai was not proud of this. In ancient times, even a third-rate cultivator would be able to divine good or bad fortune. The school of yin-yang was a descendant of ancient cultivators. Ancient cultivators were omnipotent and omnipotent, and divination was just one of them. However, when compared to the other families that specialized in one thing, they seemed to be good at nothing. In the end, only divination required yin-yang and the 5 elements as the foundation. Only then did it become the ultimate art of the yin-yang school and become world famous. Whether it was Yu Zijian's pure yang body, even Chu Tian's 5 elements body couldn't move him this much. After all, the school of yin-yang needed balance. To a certain extent, the definition of a genius in ancient times was very different from that in modern times. However, if it was this child, he would definitely be able to make the Yin-Yang school's ancient cultivation technique become even more powerful. Unleash its true brilliance. All the patriarchs were speechless. No one could easily give up on this child. When the trees turned into forests, the streams turned into rivers. A class, mid-A class. A+. The instructor kept changing his judgment. When he said the word A, there was a loud bang. The image on the formation exploded loudly, erupting with 7 different colors. It returned to its most basic form of yin and yang, and the 5 elements once again. Only little, and was left standing in the formation. She seemed slightly lost. Just now, everything seemed like a dream, whether it was to her or to everyone else. Her derivation had already reached the limits of what the formation could endure. It was like a Rubik's Cube. To an advanced player, it had lost its function as a test or a game. Li Qingshan went up in a hurry. "Are you all right?" The various leaders looked at one another. It was no longer as simple as hostility. Instead, it was a determination to obtain her, a determination to never compromise. Namo Amitba, the one thought master, who had remained silent the entire time, suddenly chanted the Buddhist name loudly. His voice was like the morning bell, and the evening drum like the roar of a lion or the roar of thunder. It was loud and vigorous. "This child is fated with the Buddha. Everyone, please do not contend with this poor monk over him." Han Anjuan said frigidly, "So the past was all the lies of a monk? I think the kick she used to kick the fat kid just now is steady, accurate, and vicious. It's rather similar to the charm of our school of the military." The one thought master said in a hurry, "We're really fated this time." Just now, when everyone was disappointed by Little N's talent in yin and yang and the 5 elements, only he rejoiced inside. Finally, there was no one who wanted to contend with him over her. What he saw from Little N was a clear Buddhist light that even the changes of yin and yang and the 5 elements could not conceal. Never had he seen such a clear root of wisdom and Buddhist nature in the eyes of a child. But this time, the Buddha's arrangements were rather unexpected. Women are supposed to sing to the wind and the moon, to be companions of poetry and books. How can they become nuns, living in the light of ancient Buddhas, or serving as soldiers, sweating and bleeding? I don't think our school of Confucianism can tolerate such a great talent. Lu Chongqing no longer behaved gently, politely, and politely either. With a clang, the slovenly Taoist priest kicked over the long table in front of him. The alcohol jug and cups fell to the ground, clattering loudly. "Whoever wants to contend with me over Little and will have to test my abilities first." The one thought master suddenly lifted his monk's robes, revealing his sturdy chest that did not match his appearance. He roared out, "Tisk, Oxnose, I've put up with you for a very long time already. Do you really think our school of Buddhism doesn't have the ability to subdue dragons and tame tigers? Ha, bald donkey, I've always found you to be a thorn in my side. Let's have a spar today." The 2 of them took up a fighting stance. The leaders of the smaller schools originally knew they could not contend against the major schools, so they could not help but stand up now, expressing their opinions one after another. The puppets and mechanisms of the school of Moism. A single person can fight against 1,000,000 musicians. Practicing medicine to save the world is the duty of the school of medicine. If you don't understand music theory, you're basically a woman for nothing. The originally solemn and serene atmosphere instantly became as noisy as a market. Outside the pavilion, the instructors on standby all revealed horrified expressions. If the people inside were to start a fight, the innocent bystanders in the moat, would be implicated. Writing novels isn't bad either. In the corner, A middle-aged man said meekly. He had been sitting in the corner the entire time, saying nothing at all. Finally, he could not help but speak up now. The room suddenly fell silent. The gazes of all the school leaders gathered on him. Their gazes were as stern as swords and killing intent brewed, like dark clouds. With a swish, the middle-aged man became covered in cold sweat. I was just saying. The argument continued, and the middle-aged man exhaled deeply. He was filled with disappointment. The one-thought master had already revealed his extremely sturdy upper body, glaring at him furiously. The slovenly Taoist priest provoked him loudly. "Bald donkey, come at me. I'll let you take 3 moves first." "Hell of ice," Wang Pushi bellowed out. The various school leaders all felt a cold gust of wind sweep over. It was cold and murderous, and its might was like a prison. They could not help but stop arguing and look at Wang Pushi. "Everyone, please calm down. Don't lose the bearing of a school leader. Have you all forgotten what Brother Huang said earlier? From the beginning to the end, only the calm old man didn't say a word and just sat there calmly. All the family heads felt slightly ashamed. Brother Huang, why don't you say—" Wang Pushi paused. Earth Elder Huang, who sat there smoking a pipe, was just an earth puppet. Suddenly, he turned his head and looked at the water mirror disc. Earth Elder Huang was currently standing before Little and with an amiable smile. He was saying something to her, and he even took out a handful of peanuts and gave them to her. "Motherfucker, an earth puppet substitute and distance shrink." The slovenly Taoist priest cursed aloud. Chapter 285. Little and walked out of the formation in a daze. The scenery around her was hazy, and the sound seemed to come from far away, gradually becoming clearer. She saw Li Qingshan's concerned face and heard his worried voice. Little, and gradually she calmed down, and the dregs that rose from the depths of her memory settled down again, revealing a smile. The surroundings were dead silent. The female instructor's face was pale. She felt that she was in big trouble this time. This child didn't seem to be simple. Chu Tian, who had been overshadowed, said, "What's so great about that? If I wanted to, I could do it too." The instructor in charge of guiding the Qi practitioners came back to his senses. It seemed like it was time to lead everyone to eat. An old man with a face full of wrinkles appeared out of nowhere and said gently, "You must be Little and—" Li Qingshan's heart trembled. He felt a heavy aura from the old man, as if it was the earth. A foundation establishment cultivator. The instructors hurriedly bowed. "Lord Patriarch, why have you come?" They had also seen many geniuses stand out during the yin-yang and 5 elements test, but that would only happen after the test was over and the competition between the families would begin. No patriarch had ever appeared at this time, and it was Earth Elder Huang who was the calmest among all the patriarchs. Earth Elder Huang didn't care about the others at all. His eyes only fell on Little, and his face carried the kind smile of an elder to a junior. He was extremely cordial, and the more he looked, the more satisfied he was. "Here, I grew these myself. Have a taste?" A large hand grabbed a handful of peanuts from his 100 treasures pouch and stuffed them into Little Anne's hands. Han Qiongji was stunned. When had she ever seen this old man be so generous? He was actually willing to give away the spirit fruits that he had painstakingly cultivated for many years in his spiritual orchard for nothing. Little and looked up at Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan could also see that the spirit energy contained in this handful of peanuts was more than 10 times stronger than medicinal pills, like qi-gathering pills. The benefits of a foundation establishment cultivator were probably not so easy to obtain. However, Hua Sengzan shook his head with a bitter smile. Earth Elder Huang was known to be calm and unmoving like the earth. Ever since he came to the 100 Schools of Thought, he had never seen such an urgent expression. However, it was clear that this child was worthy of Earth Elder Huang's efforts. Although he considered himself to be a genius, at this moment he could only sigh at his own inferiority. No wonder Haitang wanted her at all costs. This child, where did this child come from? Senior, what do you want my little N to do? Please speak your mind. At this moment, Huang too seemed to have seen Li Qingshan. Under the brilliance of a peerless genius, not only did the others pale in comparison, but their presence was also extremely faint. This is the head of the agriculture family, Earth Elder Huang. Hurry up and greet him. Bow my ass. A voice suddenly rang out. The first word was still extremely far away, but the last word was already close. The slovenly Taoist roared at Earth Elder, Huang, old brother Huang, where is your bearing as the head of a family? The academy entrance exam hasn't ended yet. This doesn't conform to the rules of the 100 Schools of Thought, Lu Chongqing said, faintly. He was clearly displeased that he had been played. Earth Elder. Huang took a puff of his pipe. I'm about to die, so what's the point of my face? As for rules, they're set by people. He turned around and put on a kind expression. Child, as long as you enter the agriculture family, you can eat these fruits all you want in the future. What do you think? The agriculture family. Lu Chongqing smiled and removed a Pisces jade pendant from his waist. Looking at the spiritual light on it, it was actually a supreme grade spirit artifact. Although he didn't say anything, he was disdainful. He could see everything at a glance. Pauper, get lost. Scholars weren't easy to bully. Earth Elder Huang snorted in anger, smoke coming out of his nostrils. However, when he looked at little N, his gaze became even more kind and benevolent. The path of the school of the art of war. Attacks must be countered, and battles must be won. Wind, forest, mountain, fire, all are invincible. Every step that Han Anjuan took caused a loud boom. The ground trembled, and his aura was like that of a magnificent army. The path you're going to walk is definitely an ancient path of cultivators. Listen to me carefully explain the reason. Ma Bai said with extreme sincerity. However, who would let him explain in detail? Namo Amit Ba. Child, you're fated with Buddha. It's true. A monk doesn't lie. The slovenly Taoist stomped his foot and said, all of this is bullshit. However, no matter how loudly he cursed, no one paid any attention to him. In the blink of an eye, the heads of the various families appeared one by one. Some were cold, some were kind, and some were violent. All sorts of powerful auras clashed fiercely in the square. There was only one target, and that was little and the patriarchs of the various families continued to offer higher prices in the competition, portraying a more promising future. During that time, Li Qingshan had already seen quite a few supreme grade spiritual artifacts. He had also heard quite a few of the great deeds of the seniors and masters of the various families. Unfortunately, this peaceful competition did not last for too long. It devolved into mutual sabotage very soon. Living alone for the rest of my life. Master, are you trying to ruin my life? Lu Chongqing's words were sharp. Child, this benefactor Lu has over a dozen concubines, and he often visits prostitutes. The one thought master blurted out the words that the slovenly Taoist priest had thought of. The corner of Lu Chongqing's eye twitched. The school of Confucianism is hypocritical. The school of Yin Yang is useless. The school of agriculture is all bumpkins. The school of the military distorts human nature. All sorts of vile words that he had repressed erupted. A while later, the eyes of the various school leaders had all reddened. The one-thought master took off the monk's robes he had just donned, revealing his bulging muscles on his upper body. Li Qingshan stood beside Little, and he was also surrounded. He felt his scalp tingle. Were these the leaders of the various schools? Sure enough, each one was stronger than the last. However, their appearances were far too hideous. They were basically like vicious dogs fighting over food. He just happened to be unable to defeat a single vicious dog. The group of Qi practitioners who were relatively closer were all forced back a few steps by the aura. Some of them even directly fell to the ground. Everyone was dumbfounded. Just what was going on? Wu Zhen asked, "Brother Hua, what should we do?" Hua Sengzan's responsibility was to maintain the order of the entrance examination, but all he could do was shake his head when he faced a group of people who were disrupting the order. "Let's do nothing." Then Little and looked at Li Qingshan. "Li Qingshan, do you still remember me?" A sense of chilliness pressed down on him. Li Qingshan suddenly turned around. "Old Commander Wang." Wang Pushi stood with his arms crossed nearby. He did not take part in this battle. He strode over. In Li Qingshan's impression, this Scarlet Hawk commander did not seem to be particularly friendly with him. He understood the reason extremely well. Although he knew it was useless, he still raised his guard slightly. Wang Pushi slapped his shoulder viciously and laughed aloud. "Nice one, kid. It's been so long, and you've already reached the 6th layer. I wasn't wrong in the past." Li Qingshan grinned. "You weren't wrong in the past." He wanted to understand the reason behind it once again. "You're qualified to be promoted to a Black Wolf Guard. As long as you cultivate in the School of Legalism for a while, there's a great chance for you to become a Black Wolf commander in the future." "Thank you for your favor, Commander Wang. I will definitely work hard, so that I won't let you down." If Li Qingshan still could not tell what he was hinting at, then he would have lived for nothing. Wang Pushi sniggered inside. This time, Old Wang, have taken the initiative. The various school leaders immediately returned to their senses. They all looked at Li Qingshan. "Oh no, how could I forget that this kid was the one who brought this child here? She's so young, so she'll definitely listen to adults." The slovenly Taoist priest tried to remedy the situation in a hurry. "You better think it through," the one-thought master said. "Exactly." Various gazes landed on him. Li Qingshan immediately felt the pressure on him increase drastically. He exhaled gently and crouched down. He said to Little, "And do you have a home you want to go to?" "I'll go with you." Little and ignored the gazes in the surroundings and said softly. Wang Pushi's smile widened. According to the rules, as long as this child had made a decision, no one could forcefully interfere. Even if they wanted to interfere, they would have to ask him, Wang Pushi, or ask the Hawkwolf Guard. Li Qingshan smiled. "That'll be rather difficult. You know that I can't read those Buddhist scriptures." He stood up and brought his palms together. "One-thought master, just like you said, Little and is fated with the Buddha. Let her join the school of Buddhism and cultivate." From a certain perspective, the path of white bone and great beauty was a Buddhist ability. She had always been reading various Buddhist scriptures to increase her comprehension of this ability. Now that she had come across this opportunity, she obviously could not miss it. In her hands, a strength talisman of the Guardian Kings could unleash extraordinary power. If it were an even more powerful Buddhist technique, just how powerful would it be? And in the competition just now, the one-thought master's conditions and the sincerity he had expressed were extremely rare. As her guardian, he had to choose the most suitable path for her. The one-thought master was mildly surprised before ravishing with joy. Originally, he thought it was impossible for him to succeed this time. The school of Buddhism was one of the greatest schools among the 100 schools, but they did not have as many disciples as the schools of Confucianism, legalism, and so on. They were nowhere close to their old rivals, the schools of Taoism. After all, most people still held various thoughts in their hearts, especially young people. Just how many people were willing to follow the precepts and accept the emptiness of the world to comprehend the supreme Buddhist Dharma, not to mention that little and was still a little girl. Her chances of success became even slimmer. However, he had never expected there to be a glimmer of hope in the end. Instead, he got what he wanted. He brought his palms together and lowered his head to return the greeting. Good indeed, good indeed. Sir, your eyes truly are sharp. It's no exaggeration to say that you are fated with the Buddha. All of this has been arranged by the Buddha. Li Qingshan thought, if the Buddha really did know about Little N's existence, he would probably kill her immediately. Seeing how Little N frowned, as if she was rather unhappy, he comforted her. Don't be like that. We're all in the academy, so we'll have plenty of time to meet in the future. Little N would not disobey him. She also knew he was doing this for her own good, so she nodded gently. All right. The one-thought master smiled in relief. The outcome had been decided. Thank you for going easy on me, sir. Wang Pushi's face immediately turned cold, turning into a mask of steel. He shot a stern glance at Li Qingshan before leaving in a flash. Chapter 286. The other school leaders were all disappointed. They either rode the clouds or took to the air. Just like how they had arrived, they all vanished in the blink of an eye. Update. In the end, only Ma Bai remained. He let out a long sigh and said to Little, and since you've already made up your mind, there's nothing I can say. However, the gates of the school of Yinyang are always open to you. The 100 schools are not just about contending. They're also about communicating with one another. They're inclusive. I don't think the one-thought master will mind. Just like what you've said, the 100 schools all have their own specialties, and they're not like the sects in the mountains who treat themselves as treasures. Little, and if you're interested, you're welcome to listen to school leader Ma's teachings. You'll definitely benefit from it. The one-thought master recovered his usual self-restraint and bearing, since Little N had joined the school of Buddhism. Even if she learned something else, she would still be a learned disciple of the school of Buddhism. This status had already been set in stone. No one could change it. Ma Bai nodded. He glanced at Little and reluctantly before riding off with the wind. The one-thought master smiled. His smile gradually widened, and suddenly he laughed aloud. He said to Little, and, child, come with me. Li Qingshan said, there's still a test in the afternoon. The one-thought master waved his hand. There's no need to waste this effort. An afternoon is enough for her to grasp the basics of the Guardian King's scripture of demon subdual. If other disciples of Buddhism were present, they would definitely develop jealousy, which would affect their cultivation. The Guardian King's scripture of demon subdual was a secret method of Buddhism that could not be passed on to outsiders easily. Not only did it require an extremely solid foundation in Buddhism, but it would also require many tests before it could be passed on to others. Practicing the Guardian King's scripture of demon subdual as soon as she joined the school of Buddhism was quite a high starting point. Monks never lie. You can treat this Guardian King's pearl as a greeting gift to you. It can summon a Guardian King to protect you. It complements the Guardian King's scripture of demon subdual, so it'll be extremely beneficial to your cultivation. The one-thought master took out a golden pearl from his 100 treasures pouch. Light flowed through it, vaguely revealing a furious Guardian King. From its glow, it was a true, supreme-grade spiritual artifact. He casually erased his imprint and passed it to Little, and the crowd was in an uproar. The value of a supreme-grade spirit artifact. There was no one who did not know about this. Just now, when they heard the various school leaders exchange supreme-grade spiritual artifacts and compete with one another, they were already extremely shocked. Now that they saw the one-thought master actually take out a supreme-grade spiritual artifact, they had no idea how to react. He couldn't even feel jealous anymore. Most Qi practitioners wouldn't even be able to get their hands on a supreme-grade spiritual tool in their entire lives. Li Qingshan also sighed with emotion. Choosing to come to the 100 Clans was indeed the right choice. He'd obtained a supreme-grade spirit artifact the moment he arrived. It should be known that the cursive sword calligraphy in his possession could barely be considered a supreme-grade spirit artifact. Although he could look forward to the development in the future, it was probably not as effective as the diamond bead now. Update: Little and accepted the Guardian King's orb. With a thought, the white bones he condensed from the path of white bone and great beauty under his floating body shuddered slightly. He developed a profound connection to this rare Buddhist spiritual artifact. A spiritual light flashed on the diamond pearl. A guardian king that stood 18 meters tall immediately rose up from her body, whether it was the crown on her head or the vajra in her hand. Both of them were extremely intricate, and there was anger within the dignity on her face. It was lifelike, enough to stun anyone who saw it. Li Qingshan thought, the power of a supreme-grade spiritual artifact really is startling. The one-thought master was left stunned for quite a while again. Supreme-grade spiritual artifacts could only be used after they had been refined. How could he use it as soon as he obtained it? With little Anne's cultivation at the 3rd layer, it was impossible for him to achieve that. And although he had erased his imprint, it was not completely clean. There was still a vague connection. Little Anne needed to completely erase it before he could use the Guardian King's orb as he wished. But just now, he could clearly sense that as soon as the Guardian King's orb entered Little Anne's hand, his remaining imprint immediately vanished. It was like a scholar who had met a wise master, or a beauty who had met her lover, immediately emptying her entire fortune and throwing herself into his arms, abandoning her old master like a pair of worn-out shoes. Little Anne stowed the Guardian King's orb away and bowed slightly as a form of thanks. The one-thought master smiled bitterly. With his cultivation, he actually felt like he was unable to teach or control this child. He said, "Sir Li Qingshan, if you're interested, you can come cultivate with my school of Buddhism." With the one-thought master's identity, he was already showing great courtesy when he spoke to Li Qingshan like this. Li Qingshan smiled. "Thank you, master, but I've never cultivated good karma in my life. I only like killing and arson. If I join Buddhism, I'll probably disturb the peace of Buddhism. I'd better find another path." His oath was to wander the world with fine alcohol in his hands and beauties in his arms. He could not learn the school of Buddhism's purity of mind and few desires, nor did he want to learn it. "I've never cultivated good karma in my life. I only like killing and arson," the one-thought master muttered with a frown before glancing at Li Qingshan deeply. "When I first heard that, it sounded extremely crude, but if I thought about it carefully, it seemed to contain some Buddhist wisdom. You are fated with the Buddha. You can't comprehend it today, but you might be able to experience it in the future. Little Anne, let's go." Li Qingshan was secretly impressed. Originally, this was what the flowery monk Lu Zhishan had said when he passed away in meditation. "I've never cultivated good karma in my life. I only like killing and arson. Suddenly, I unravel the golden rope, and here I break the jade lock. Only today do I know I'm me when the tides of the Qiantang River arrive." He had inadvertently replied with that, which seemed to contain some profound wisdom. As for whether it was fated or not, he would just leave it to fate. Little Anne tugged at Li Qingshan's sleeve and looked at him reluctantly. Originally, He wanted to cultivate with him, which was why he had come here regardless of everything. Why did they have to separate again? Li Qingshan's heart softened. He crouched down and guaranteed, just cultivate well with the one thought master. I'll come find you once I'm done. Only then did Little and nod and let go of his sleeve. The one thought master saw all of this and sighed inside. For those who studied Buddhism, they were monks. They had to sever their worldly desires. Being so attached to a single person was not beneficial at all. However, he was not worried. She was still a child at the end of the day. She would be fine once she grew a little older. This young man had some talent, but he did not possess the strength to stand beside her. Before long, their cultivations, identities, and statuses would completely diverge. They would be in two different worlds. This was not something that could be changed by the will of either of them. In the future, he would just be an old friend of hers at most. The one thought master said, "Farewell." He placed his hand on Little N's shoulder and took a step forward, vanishing. Li Qingshan turned around and made his way towards the crowd. Everyone glanced at each other, but it was not because of him. Even an idiot could tell that the child called Little and had a limitless future. They were so close, so they felt honored as well. Wah Sungzan sank into his thoughts as well. That person had told him to take care of Li Qingshan a little more, but he never expected the child to be even more astonishing. Foundation establishment was only a matter of time. He had to establish a good relationship with him. Probably even she had failed to see this. He glanced at Yu Zijian nearby, before glancing at Chu Tian in the crowd. In the past, it would be difficult for even a single genius to appear in several batches, yet 3 had appeared consecutively this time, each more powerful than the last. As it seemed, the 100 schools of thought of the Clear River Prefecture were going to have a great time in the academies of the 9 prefectures of the Rui Commandery. He, a former genius, would also pale in comparison to them. He could not help but feel a deep pressure. Han Qiongji was the most impatient. She rushed over to Li Qingshan. "Just who is that child to you?" Li Qingshan said proudly, "She's my only family." No matter what other people thought, her glory was his glory. At this moment, the plump old man seemed to receive some order. He arrived before the pale-faced female instructor, who was at a loss for what to do. He said sternly, "Your personality is unsuitable for teaching. From this moment onwards, you are expelled from the 100 schools of thought. Go back and pack your things." This order did not come from the one thought master, but from the leader of the school of Confucianism, Lu Chongqing. The other school leaders had no objections. A supreme genius was about to rise up in the 100 schools of thought of the Clear River Prefecture. They could not allow her to develop any ill feelings towards the 100 schools of thought. This female instructor had to be severely punished. The female instructor paled even more. Originally, she wanted to find an opportunity to expel Little and from the 100 schools of thought, but she never thought it would be her in the end. She shrieked, "I don't." The plump old man interrupted her sternly, "This is for your own good." The female instructor shuddered. She was harsh, but she was not stupid. She understood that even if she ignored the consequences of defying the school leaders, just this child alone would probably become a great figure that she could not afford to provoke as long as she had a few years to grow. By then, if she recalled her old grievances and decided to seek revenge, it might be a disaster for her. The best method was to vanish from her sight as soon as possible and hope that she would never think of her again. She immediately stomped her foot and left furiously. She thought, "Just you wait. I will definitely seek revenge." However, even she felt like there was no hope. Most of it was to dispel the fear in her heart. Of course, no one knew that apart from matters related to Li Qingshan, little and had no concept of the ways of the world, nor did he feel any anger or hatred. Afterwards, under the guidance of the instructor, everyone arrived before a building. It was surrounded by trees, and it was extremely quiet. They could smell a strange fragrance from afar. Li Qingshan raised his head and saw the 3 large words, 100 Flavors Tower. He could not help but think about the 100 Flavors Tower he had eaten in the market below the Green Vine Mountain. As it turned out, this was the source. That night, he heard that the town of Flowing Clouds would reopen for the entrance examination. I wonder where it is now. Li Qingshan's question was answered very soon, as after eating in the 100 Flavors Tower, their next stop was the town of Flowing Clouds. The close relationship between the 100 schools of thought and the town was evident. At the very least, the School of Miscellany would never let go of an opportunity to earn spiritual stones. The town was located on an empty beach to the southwest of the island. Although the location was different, the structure was exactly the same as the one below the Green Vine Mountain. At the entrance of the town, the instructor clapped his hands. Everyone, you may move about freely here for now. Consider which school you want to join and make some preparations for the upcoming exam. Do not leave the town carelessly. Afterwards, he passed out the colored papers one by one. I think all of you understand the rules. Each person can only join 5 schools at most. If there are more, it will be invalid. In 4 hours, please come back here to collect your papers. Li Qingshan also received his colored paper. He discovered that various information had already been recorded on it, including the attributes of yin, yang, and the 5 elements. However, there were 5 empty spaces. Chapter 287. The afternoon sun shone down on the bookstore, stirring up dust. A few long tables were spread out under the Sea of Books sign. They were filled with books. Sun Fubai lowered his head and tidied them up. Suddenly his vision darkened. A young man stood before the table. He was well-built, and his bronze face was not handsome, but he gave off a sense of masculinity. "What would you like, sir?" Li Qingshan glanced at Sun Fubai. How had he been? He lowered his head and almost broke into laughter. The tables were filled with books like The Secrets of the Confucian Examinations and The 8 Methods of the Taoist Examinations. They were not expensive, only a single spiritual stone each. I still haven't decided which school I should join. Do you have any suggestions, uncle? Sun Fubai immediately took out a book that introduced the various schools. Li Qingshan flipped through it slightly and paid a spiritual stone before placing the book back down. I don't read these things. There aren't any customers right now, so why don't you give me some suggestions? I'll buy 5 more books according to what I need. Li Qingshan trusted Sun Fubai's experience and character very much. After coming to the town of Flowing Clouds, he had directly come here to listen to his suggestions. Sun Fubai was taken aback. There were not a lot of people like that. He passed the spiritual stone to Li Qingshan and smiled. "If you're willing to buy it, I'll tell you about it for free. Let me have a look." After looking through the colored paper, he nodded. 17 years old. Not bad, not bad. Do you have any schools you'd like to join? Li Qingshan said, I originally belonged to the Hawkwolf Guard. The School of Legalism is my first choice. I've learnt body practitioners, and the School of the Military doesn't seem too bad either. I have an old friend in the School of Moism. He's also considering it. As for the schools of Confucianism and Taoism, they're both rare schools. That seems to be enough for 5. Sun Fubai shook his head with a smile. The School of Moism is good, but it doesn't suit you. If I'm not mistaken, you practice Gui water true qi, right? Li Qingshan said, That's right. And I bought the Gui water method of condensing qi from you. Why don't you tell me first? You're not suited for the He family. All right, let's not talk about the Mo clan. Looks like you don't want to be a monk. The Confucian school was also fond of mysterious yang energy. Of course, Gui, water true qi, could also be used. However, if one wanted to pass the Confucian examination, they would need to do so. He needed to be a little literate, or at least have some foundation. Otherwise, it wouldn't be easy to pass even if you bought my Confucian examination secrets. Li Qingshan shook his head vigorously. Ever since his reincarnation, he had not read many books. He could recite a few Tang and Song poems from his previous life, but he also knew that this was far from being literate. Moreover, he did not have the intention of becoming an official, so it seemed that it was impossible. Although the school of legalism is your original school, its core cultivation method resonates with the Hell Tao, which is what mortals call the netherworld. Generally speaking, it is best to cultivate both profound yin and one of the 5 elements of true qi. Your profound yang is far superior to your profound yin. I'm afraid it won't be easy. Purgatory Tao. Only then did Li Qingshan realize that the legalists had such a saying. The school of legalism was in charge of prisons, but there was no place that could surpass hell in terms of prisons. If not for Sun Fubai, he would not have understood the knack of it, and that brat Hua Sengzan would not have reminded him. This was an injustice to Hua Sengzan. Li Qingshan was different from those 2nd or 3rd layer qi practitioners. He had already cultivated the Gui water condensation technique to the 6th layer and did not need to change cultivation methods. If he could reach the foundation establishment realm and step onto the path of cultivation, would he be afraid of not having a suitable cultivation method? In this regard, it was Sun Fubai who was not as knowledgeable as Hua Sengzan. Li Qingshan thought, in any case, that old brat Wang Pushi doesn't like me. If I go to the school of legalism, wouldn't it be boring to watch his face all day? Then I won't apply for the school of legalism. Wang Pushi said, the school of yin-yang requires a basic balance of yin and yang and the 5 elements. You won't have a chance. Look, how many are left? The school of Taoism, the school of the military, the school of legalism, the school of miscellany, the school of famer, the school of agriculture, the school of novels, the school of medicine, and the school of music. Li Qingshan felt that his thoughts had become much clearer. Next, he just needed to eliminate 3 more. Sun Fubai said, the school of Taoism and the school of the military are both major schools, so they naturally have to be chosen. The schools of famer and agriculture are suitable for Gui water true qi, so we can decide on 4 schools. As for the remaining minor schools, we can fill in any one of them. In any case, with your talent, you can choose any of the schools in front of you. All right. Li Qingshan immediately borrowed a brush and ink from Sun Fubai and filled in the 4 schools of Taoism, military, famer, and agriculture on the colored paper. There was still 1 space left. The remaining schools were all insignificant. Whether it was in terms of cultivation methods or resources, they could not compare to the major schools in front of them. Often, they were the last choice of the qi practitioners with extremely poor talent. Without much hesitation, Li Qingshan was about to fill in the word music. In the lonely past, a shepherd's flute had accompanied him for a long time, so he had some feelings for it. Moreover, just now, when he saw the heads of the various schools, the head of the music school was a beautiful woman dressed in palace attire. Her beautiful voice, like that of an oriole flying out of the valley, left a deep impression on him. If he entered this family, perhaps he could develop feelings that transcended worldly ethics. Of course, this was just a man's deep-rooted bad habits at work. Sun Fubai stared at the 2 words A+ in Li Qingshan's water attribute evaluation column. After a long time, he finally couldn't help but say, Gui water true qi is extremely suitable for the school of novels. Is that so? Li Qingshan was slightly startled. Then, with a twist of the brush, he filled in the word novelist and looked at it against the sunlight. Done. It was just a filler anyway, so it didn't matter what he filled in. Right now, it was the time for Qi practitioners to choose from the 100 schools. Next, they only needed to participate in the examination of the 5 schools, and then it would be the turn of the 100 schools to choose Qi practitioners. If all of them passed, the right to choose would once again return to the hands of the Qi practitioners. It could almost guarantee that everyone would have a chance, and there would be no missing out. It was very different from the way the schools recruited disciples. Li Qingshan took out 5 spirit stones. "Uncle, give me the examination books of these 5 schools." However, Sun Fubai seemed to be extremely embarrassed. He handed over a spirit stone and said, "The school of the military tests, actual combat. There's no need for books." Li Qingshan was very confident in his combat ability. "Then I'll take 4. I wonder what the School of Novels tests on. It can't be making up stories, right?" For some reason, he thought of that lousy novel that Sun Fubai gave him. If he made up that kind of story, he would probably be directly chased out of the examination hall. Sun Fubai became even more uneasy. He stuffed all the spirit stones into Li Qingshan's hands. "Alas, actually with your aptitude, you don't need to make any preparations at all. As long as you go, the clan heads will definitely pass you." After all, the examination was just a formality. Whether one passed or not depended on the clan head's decision. With Li Qingshan's cultivation level of the 6th layer of the Qi practitioner at the age of 17 and his upper water armor aptitude, he was already a talent that every school would fight over in the previous years. When one's aptitude was good enough, like little, and the clan heads would even disregard the rules and directly take him away without even having to take the examination. In the path of cultivation, the strong were respected. There was no reason to talk about it. All right then. Li Qingshan felt strange. There was business to be had, but he didn't want to do it. At this time, the Qi practitioners walked over in groups of 3 to 5. Sun Fubai's eyes flickered. "I have a guest. You can go." After Li Qingshan had left, he suddenly shook his head with a bitter smile. What was there to be uneasy about? It was not like he would end up like that. He was just doing what he could. Li Qingshan strolled through the town alone. Suddenly, he heard someone call out to him. "Hey, Qingshan, over here." Hua Chenglu waved at him from afar. Beside her were Yu Zijian and a few descendants of the Hua family. Li Qingshan went up and greeted them. Obviously, he did not forget to ask what schools they had applied for. Hua Chenglu took out a piece of paper and saw that she had only written School of Legalism on it. She left the rest blank. It was not like she was going to enter the School of Legalism, so there was no reason for her to refuse. There was no need for her to waste time taking the examination. "What did you apply for?" Li Qingshan took out his paper as well. Hua Chenglu frowned as soon as she saw it. Li Qingshan thought she was unhappy that he had not applied for the School of Legalism, but she pointed at the School of Novels. "Why did you apply for this?" Li Qingshan said, "I just randomly applied for it." Hua Chenglu said, "Forget it. It's not like you'll be going anyway." You didn't apply for the School of Legalism." Li Qingshan gave a slight explanation, but Hua Chenglu did not delve into it. She said a few words before leaving. Li Qingshan shook his head. He really could not take himself too seriously. To Hua Chenglu, he was just an acquaintance she had met a few times. In terms of familiarity, he probably could not even compare to the descendants of the Hua family. Although he was not used to, or even disgusted by, mingling around with others, as long as he was human, he would always wish for others to take him seriously. However, when he thought about his secrets, it really was better if others did not take him seriously. Only by keeping a low profile could he soar. However, there would be a day when his name would spread across the world. Damned brat, so much for dragging him out of the ravine. He doesn't respect me at all. If it weren't for the fact that so many school leaders were present, I would have killed him with a single palm strike. Wang Pushi suddenly slammed the table, and the items on it bounced around. Hua Sengzan knew that he was just speaking out of anger, so he persuaded with a smile, "Old Wang, calm down. Don't stoop to his level. The child can use the one-thought master's guardian king's pearl as soon as he obtains it. Perhaps he really does have a destiny with the Buddha this time. We can't force it." Wang Pushi struggled to calm down. "And he wants to be promoted to Scarlet Wolf, and he wants to join our school of legalism? Don't even think about it. What's the point? He comes from our Hawkwolf Guard after all, and with his talent, other schools won't spare him if you don't want him." Coupled with his relationship with the child, Hua Sengzan persuaded him gently, and Wang Pushi's anger subsided slightly. "All right, I'll deal with him properly once he joins the school of legalism." In the blink of an eye, 4 hours had passed. Li Qingshan handed the colored paper to the instructor before passing it to the various school leaders. Every single one of them received a copy. Wang Pushi held Li Qingshan's piece of paper. His face was pale. Those who were familiar with him all knew that this was a sign that he was utterly furious. Never did he think that Li Qingshan would not register for the School of Legalism at all. All of his plans had come to nothing, as if he had been mocked. It was as if he could hear Li Qingshan saying, "No matter how powerful you are, I don't give a damn about you. If I don't join your School of Legalism, there's nothing you can do to me." Hua Sengzan smiled bitterly. He was unable to persuade him any further. If he did not fill in the School of Legalism, then so be it. He could at least explain it away with yin, yang, and the 5 elements being incompatible, but he just had to fill in the School of Novels. You could have just filled in any school, and I could have spoken up for you too. You've gone too far. Wang Pushi bellowed out. His voice pierced through the roof and rushed into the sky, startling a flock of forest birds. Chapter 288. Birds flew over the lake. The blue waves of the Lake of Dragons and snakes at dusk were dyed red and yellow. On Contention Island, the examination had already begun in the night. Chi practitioners did not need to eat and sleep on time like mortals. Not sleeping for a night was nothing. The lunch at noon was more of a benefit provided by the 100 schools of thought. They could taste delicacies that were on par with spiritual medicines for free. Everyone boarded the ship, once again, and sailed towards a small island in the east. The island was not as big as Contention Island, but it was much larger than the other islands. In the rising night mist, a dignified Taoist temple stood high up on the island's mountain. It was not quiet and serene. Instead, it displayed a spirit of looking down on the various schools of thought. It was rumored that most ancient cultivators were Taoists. They were the source of all techniques and mental cultivation methods. Most of the cultivation methods that the 100 schools of thought practiced now originated from the school of Taoism. Although the school of Taoism was no longer the only cradle for cultivators now, there was still a saying that the schools of thought were the greatest. Its influence was evident. The examination of the 100 schools of thought was carried out one after another. So all the Chi practitioners would move together every time. They could use this opportunity to understand the locations and features of the various islands. Regardless of which school they belonged to in the future, they would definitely visit these islands. The spirit of the 100 schools was about the 100 schools resonating with one another and being inclusive. Every single disciple of the academy could go to other schools to learn. Of course, if they wanted to learn the core parts, they would have to spend some effort and spiritual stones, but it was not impossible. They would not be like those cultivation sects where they would threaten to kill or cripple their cultivations. This was also what Li Qingshan admired the most. It was not without reason that the great Xia Empire could suppress the cultivation sects of the world with the help of the 100 schools of thought. The Qi practitioners disembarked from the ship. They followed a small path and passed through a forest, arriving before the mountain. An instructor said, "Those who have registered for the School of Taoism, follow me up the mountain. Those who haven't, wait at the foot of the mountain. Don't go too far." Li Qingshan discovered that most of the Qi practitioners followed him up the mountain. Not only was the School of Taoism the greatest school of thought, but they also had no requirements for talent in yin yang or the 5 elements. Taoism was known as the 3,000 great Taoists and the countless minor Taoists. No matter who it was, they would be able to find a suitable path for themselves. As a result, basically every single person filled in the 5 spots with the word Taoism and made it their first target. Li Qingshan was no different. His target was only between the School of Taoism and the School of the Military, but the School of Taoism was a little more suitable. Halfway up the mountain, Zhang Xian was surrounded by clouds. Li Qingshan realized that everyone had disappeared. He was the only one left on the mountain path. He knew that he had fallen into a formation. "The exam has begun," a voice boomed. Li Qingshan roused himself and took a step forward. As soon as he took a step forward, his body suddenly became several times heavier. His true energy was also completely suppressed by the invisible formation. He couldn't even open his 100 treasures pouch, let alone use any magical techniques. At this moment, all the Qi practitioners ascending the mountain became ordinary people. This Taoism's mountain-guarding formation began to display its astonishing power. Li Qingshan didn't think much of it. He took another step forward, and the originally wide stone steps suddenly became an extremely narrow path. On both sides were cliffs that were tens of thousands of feet high. He couldn't see the bottom at a glance. It could be imagined that if he fell down, even if he didn't die from the fall, he would lose the right to enter the School of Taoism. But at this moment, a strong wind surged, moving east and west without any direction. Ah! With a scream, a Qi practitioner fell from the mountain path and spun down the cliff. Even though he knew that he would be fine, he couldn't help but be scared out of his wits. Just as he was about to fall to the bottom of the cliff, the scenery around him suddenly twisted and changed. When he looked again, he was back at the foot of the mountain. A group of Qi practitioners waiting at the foot of the mountain looked at him with contempt. He called out, "I refuse to accept this. I was blown down by the wind. With my cultivation at the 3rd layer, how can I fend off the protective formation of the School of Taoism? The more chaotic your mind is, the stronger the wind and the narrower the path. You can't even control your fear when you know it's all an illusion. So what's the point of cultivating? Piss off." A voice boomed out. It was the slovenly Taoist priest's voice. Hua Qinglu curled her lip. "You're clearly the one who's useless. My brother said that if you can calm your mind, even ordinary people can reach the end of this path. Sai, I wonder if Zijian is fine or not." The Qi practitioner finally became dejected. He came from a small clan. With his cultivation, he could already be regarded as a genius in his clan. He was protected like a treasure, so he had never experienced any danger. Only now did his legs give way from fright, which was why he lost his footing and fell. However, this principle did not seem to apply to Li Qingshan. His gaze was calm, and his steps were steady. After experiencing so many battles of life and death, a path like this did not inspire any fear in him. However, The path just happened to become thinner and thinner, and the wind became stronger and stronger, more and more chaotic. He remained unfazed. His body swayed with the wind each time, but his footsteps remained steady the entire time. He admired the rare sights on both sides, as leisurely as a tourist climbing a mountain. Towards the end, he basically felt like he was walking on a narrow wall that was over 10,000 meters tall, but he still had the spare time to look around. He thought to himself, the tests of the school of Taoism sure are a little difficult. The slovenly Taoist priest saw this and snorted coldly. "Kid, I'd like to see how long you can last." With a thought, rain began to fall from above Li Qingshan. The path became even more slippery and difficult to walk on. Suddenly, there was a clap of thunder, so close that it seemed to be right above him. Even if regular people stood on flat ground, they would fall over in fright. The slovenly Taoist priest sniggered and shifted his gaze, looking at someone else. Sweat dripped from the tip of Yu Zijian's nose as she remembered Hua Chenglu's warning. She stared at the path ahead, afraid to look to the sides. Suddenly, a violent gust of wind blew over, and her body swayed. Because she was holding a sword, she lost her balance. She was about to fall off the cliff. The slovenly Taoist priest curled his finger, and a gentle gust of wind blew over from the other side, supporting her gently. Only then did she stabilize herself. "Master, that's not a good idea." A young Taoist priest with thin eyebrows and eyes had been watching on from one side the entire time. He could not help but speak up when he saw how the slovenly Taoist priest treated one over the other. He wore green clothes and a Taoist crown, silk wrapped around his waist, and a tablet hung from his waist. It was engraved with the number 1, the symbol of a primary disciple. His cultivation was at the 10th layer as well. The slovenly Taoist priest reddened. He did not behave as rudely to his beloved disciple as he did to the leaders of the various schools. Instead, he explained himself, "Chichenzi, she's a girl. It's very normal for her to be afraid of heights. No one is born fearless. Temperament was something that could be slowly honed. When it comes to men, you have to be a little more vicious. The edge of a treasured sword can only be sharpened. Master, this treasured sword is still here." Chichenzi pointed out. The slovenly Taoist priest looked over. Neither the wind, frost, nor the waterfall could make Li Qingshan's gaze waver. Instead, he sped up, rushing through the wind and rain. Chapter 289. The slovenly Taoist priest was surprised. He admired people with such great willpower as well, and his talent was impressive as well. If it were in the past, he definitely would have tried to persuade him to stay in the school of Taoism. If Li Qingshan had told little and to go to another school, then so be it, but he just had to go to the school of Buddhism. That darn Baldy was pleased with himself, which was intolerable. Suddenly, an idea came to him. With a wave of his sleeve, the wind and rain were swept away. Moonlight landed on Li Qingshan. To his surprise, the path before him had recovered its original width, and his true qi was no longer suppressed. The stars flickered in the sky, and the Taoist temple was nearby. He dared not be careless. He slowed down and arrived before the temple. He saw a young Taoist with thin eyebrows and eyes waiting there. He nodded. "Congratulations, fellow. You're the first." Li Qingshan looked back. Only 200 or 300 qi practitioners advanced with difficulty on the mountain path. Some swayed, while others staggered. As long as they lost their balance, they would be sent to the foot of the mountain immediately. "Someone's broken out of the formation. It's that Li Qingshan." A qi practitioner called out. Hua Chenglu asked in confusion, "How did he break out of the formation midway?" Qian Rongji sat in a pavilion nearby and looked at him indifferently. She smiled. He's probably in trouble this time. She was the same as Hua Qinglu, only registering for the School of Legalism. Long before the entrance examination, she had studied the personalities of the various school leaders in detail through Wu Zhen and Fang Yinshang. The leader of the School of Taoism was the strongest. He was at late foundation establishment and close to condensing a golden core. He was also the most unruly. He had never liked the school of Buddhism. Even if the other school leaders were slightly displeased with Li Qingshan's choice, they would probably not lose their temper, perhaps because of their status, or because they cared about little, or because they valued talent. However, this old Taoist was different. When he lost his temper, he was even bold enough to curse at the other school leaders. For Li Qingshan to be able to break out of the formation halfway through, there must be something strange about it. My name is Li Qingshan. May I know how to address you? Li Qingshan turned around and cupped his hands. Even though his aura was calm, the cultivation of the 10th layer of qi refining was clearly not to be underestimated. I am Jichenzi. Please come with me. Fellow. Jichenzi led Li Qingshan to the main hall. When they arrived at the front of the hall, Jichenzi gave Li Qingshan a look that told him to take care of himself before letting him in. The large hall was empty except for the formation diagram on the ground, which gave off a faint glow. An unkempt Taoist was sitting in front of the statue of a god. His hair had already turned white, but his spirit was hale and hearty. His eyes were bright, and he said slowly, Li Qingshan, do you still recognize me? As soon as the words left his mouth, it was like a thunderous roar, rolling and reverberating. Of course. Among the various patriarchs, the one who gave Li Qingshan the most powerful and terrifying feeling was this sloppy Taoist priest. Please remember the sloppy Taoist priest said, Then why did you still dare to come? Li Qingshan asked, Why wouldn't I dare? In what way is the school of Taoism inferior to the school of Buddhism? Tell me clearly. Li Qingshan was stunned. He finally understood why it had been so difficult for him to walk that mountain path. It was clearly this sloppy Taoist priest who had done something to it. He was secretly furious. What, you can't answer? Li Qingshan shrugged. I didn't expect a great patriarch to be so narrow-minded. If you don't want me to join the school of Taoism, I'll immediately leave the mountain. There's no need to say anything else. With that, he turned around to leave. Staying in the school of Taoism meant constantly making things difficult for others. Who could stand it? In any case, the school of the military wasn't bad. At the very least, there were still the school of agriculture and the school of nobility. Jichenzi stood outside the hall with his hands in his sleeves. He gazed at the bright moon in the sky, smiling as he shook his head. Stop right there. Freeze. The unkempt Taoist priest said. Li Qingshan immediately felt his body stiffen. He was unable to move. His right leg was still suspended in midair, and he did not have time to pull it back. This was a curse. The unkempt Taoist priest said, Are you blaming me for being unfair? Li Qingshan did not answer. He glared at the unkempt Taoist priest and gathered all the true qi in his body. His sea of qi surged, and his veins and muscles bulged. His right leg, which was suspended in midair, slowly descended. With a boom, it landed on the ground. He turned around and said, Yes. His eyes shone like a wolf's. The unkempt Taoist priest was shocked. He was not particularly skilled in curses, and he had only cast the freeze curse casually. However, with Li Qingshan's cultivation at the 6th layer of qi refinement, he was actually able to forcefully break through. This was truly inconceivable. He had not only relied on his strength, but also his extraordinary willpower. All right, then I'll give you a chance. Let's make a bet. Li Qingshan asked, What are we betting on? Naturally, on what you're skilled in, drinking wine. A jar of wine suddenly appeared in the unkempt Taoist priest's hand. He removed the clay seal, and a streak of spiritual light shot out. The fragrance of wine filled the entire hall. What are the stakes? If you drink this jar of wine and don't get drunk, then I'll accept you into the school of Taoism. Furthermore, I won't hold you accountable for what happened in the past. If you get drunk, then you can scram down the mountain. What if I don't bet? It's fine if you don't want to bet. I'll take it that you've passed the examination. However, don't even think about joining my school of Taoism. I have plenty of ways to deal with you, brat. Li Qingshan said, "All right, I'll bet with you." With the strength of his demon body, and the fact that he could use his true qi to neutralize the smell of the wine, he did not believe that he would get drunk. The effects of this jar of spiritual wine were probably worth more than 1,000 qi gathering pills. The unkempt Taoist priest tossed the jar of wine. Li Qingshan caught it and took a sip. He felt like he was drinking fire, but it was also very carefree. Then he tilted his head back and downed the entire jar of wine, leaving not a single drop behind. He then tossed the jar to the ground. "How's that?" The unkempt Taoist priest laughed. Suddenly, 1 turned into 2, 2 turned into 4, and 4 turned into 8. Li Qingshan immediately felt the world spinning around him. He thought to himself, "This is bad." Who would have thought that the aftereffects of the wine would be so strong? The entire hall was warping and changing. Fall. The unkempt Taoist priest dragged his voice and chanted. With a loud crash, Li Qingshan collapsed to the ground, drunk and snoring loudly. The unkempt Taoist priest walked forward and gave Li Qingshan a kick. He smiled and said, "No matter how crafty you are, you've drunk my 1,000 days' drunkenness." The unkempt Taoist priest loved to drink his entire life. However, with his cultivation, it was not easy for him to get drunk. Following the philosophy of drinking without getting drunk is not considered drinking, he flipped through the ancient books and brewed this 1,000 days drunkenness himself. Even he would get drunk after drinking it, let alone a mere qi practitioner. The unkempt Taoist priest waved his hand again. A golden-armored deity appeared and carried Li Qingshan to the back of the hall. Just as he was feeling pleased with himself, he suddenly thought of something and said, "Oh no." He looked at the mountain path in a hurry, only to see that Chu Tian, who possessed the 5 elements constitution, had already fallen off the mountain path. He could not help but feel great regret. However, when he saw that Yu Zijian was still walking on the path, he stopped worrying. The pure yang constitution was even more important to him than the 5 elements constitution. Yu Zijian no longer gripped the hilt of her sword tightly. Instead, she carried it on her back. The scene of her father teaching her movement techniques when she was young appeared in her head once again. Don't be afraid. Keep it together. When she raised her head again, a sturdy figure appeared before her. If Niu Juxiao were here, he definitely would not be afraid. She had never seen him show such emotions before, even when he turned around and made his way underground where demons ran amok. "I'm really useless. If you're useless, why would I save you? I want to lend you a hand. Let's talk about it when you achieve great accomplishments." Her gaze gradually became determined. The person she had risked her life to save was not a useless person. If she failed here, how was she supposed to assist him? How was she supposed to avenge him? Her footsteps gradually sped up. She ignored the bottomless chasm on the 2 sides. She only stared ahead, chasing after a figure. The slovenly Taoist priest's face was filled with praise. He said to Jicenzi, "See, I was right. She just needs to be given a chance." All Jicenzi could say was, "You're wise, master." In the end, Less than 200 people made it to the top of the mountain. The further they went, the harsher the tests became, especially for those with insufficient talent. There was no need for them to complain about the unfairness. Since they lacked supreme talent, they needed supreme willpower. Otherwise, how were they supposed to compete with these geniuses? As soon as everyone made it to the top of the mountain, they saw the slovenly Taoist priest. After greeting the patriarch, the slovenly Taoist priest cut right to the chase. You've passed the tests. I've already left behind a record. You can leave the mountain and take the tests of other schools. Suddenly, he said to Yu Zijian amicably, "You're Yu Zijian, right?" Yu Zijian said in a hurry, "Yes." The slovenly Taoist priest said, "You can stay." Yu Zijian said, "But I still have other tests." The slovenly Taoist priest waved his hand. "There's no need for you to take them." As long as she did not take the tests of other schools, Yu Zijian could only join his school of Taoism. Chichenzi said softly, "Master, that's against the rules." The slovenly Taoist priest bellowed, "My ass! Just because of that damned Baldy, he can directly take someone away. He doesn't even need to take a test. So why can't I keep someone away?" Chichenzi thought, "You'll be the ones taking her away too." Seeing how Yu Zijian hesitated, the slovenly Taoist priest said, "With your pure young body, there's no place more suitable than my school of Taoism. Only here can you unleash the full potential of your talent. As for the pills and spiritual medicines, although I refer to myself as a poor Taoist, I'm still slightly wealthier than a poor monk. I can see how you like swords, so I'll give you the 9-yang sword as a greeting gift." A shining sword was tossed out, stabbing into the ground before Yu Zijian. It was a supreme, grade spiritual artifact as well. It was impossible for talented disciples to be directly bestowed with a spiritual artifact like that as soon as they joined the school of Taoism. This was mostly for the sake of standing up to the school of Buddhism. Yu Zijian closed her eyes and sucked in a deep breath. Without any more hesitation, she grabbed the hilt of the 9-yang sword under everyone's envious gazes. The slovenly Taoist priest smiled in satisfaction. One of the 3 most dazzling geniuses from the entrance examination had already fallen into his hands. As long as he taught her well, he refused to believe she would be any worse than that damned Baldy's disciple. As a result, many Qi practitioners expressed their willingness to stay behind. Apart from a few Qi practitioners who had only applied for the school of Taoism, the others were all chased off the mountain by the slovenly Taoist priest. If they really were to remain here, they would probably incur the wrath of the masses. The ship set sail once again. No one noticed Li Qingshan. Even if they did, they would just treat him as someone who had directly remained behind in the school of Taoism. That night, Li Qingshan had an absurd dream. He dreamed that he had returned to his past life and had become a student. He had overslept and missed an important test. "Wake up!" Chichenzi shoved a pill into Li Qingshan's mouth. Li Qingshan let out a breath that reeked of alcohol and slowly woke up. The sky outside the window was bright, and birds sang in the morning. Chapter 290. Li Qingshan leapt up. "Now, what time is it now?" As if Chichenzi had been expecting him to ask this, he said, "The examinations for the various schools have already ended." Li Qingshan collapsed on the ground again. He had been fooled by the ox nose. The alcohol was far too strange. If that was the case, there would be no place for him in the academy anymore. Chichenzi said, "You don't have to worry too much, fellow. There's still another school you can go to." "Where?" Chichenzi pointed below his feet. "Here." Li Qingshan was mildly surprised. "But I've already lost the bet, and your master doesn't like me either." Chichenzi smiled. "You've basically passed the school of Taoism's examination. My master has a fiery temper, but he still appreciates talent. Do you know how much that jar of 1,000 Days intoxication you drank is worth? Normally, he doesn't even have enough for himself. If it were just to harm you, why would he take it out? As long as you beg him properly and get him to regain his dignity, he'll definitely accept you. Li Qingshan said, Beg? How do I beg? Is he the only one who has dignity? And I don't? Jichenzi said, What do you think? Li Qingshan let out a heavy sigh and stood up. Dignity was earned with strength, not with words. Just what right did a qi practitioner have to be mentioned in the same breath as a foundation establishment cultivator? Jichenzi said, Come with me. Master is explaining the Tao to the new disciples up ahead. With no other choice, Li Qingshan could only follow along. Along the way, Jichenzi taught him, no matter how Master humiliates you, just endure it. On the mountain path, you have to overcome your fear. Right now, you have to overcome your pride. Only by enduring 100 times can you achieve greatness. Li Qingshan said nothing. He arrived at the front hall. The slovenly Taoist priest sat high up, while the new disciples sat in the hall. Yu Zijin sat the closest to him. When they saw Li Qingshan, everyone looked over. The slovenly Taoist priest continued to explain the Tao, as if he did not hear him at all. Li Qingshan went up reluctantly. I've lost this bet, the sloppy Taoist said. Since you know you've lost, why don't you scram down the mountain? Li Qingshan suddenly raised his head. He saw Jichenzi standing behind the slovenly Taoist priest, saying the word endure and clenching his fists. The slovenly Taoist sneered and said, What? Do you have anything else to say? Thus, he scolded and mocked Li Qingshan in front of everyone. Everyone revealed looks of disdain. Since you're in the limelight, there will naturally be people who will take care of you. Yu Zijin could not help but say, Master. Jichenzi looked at him and said, Zijin. He understood his master's temper. The more people tried to dissuade him, the more he refused. The more the slovenly Taoist scolded, the more pleased he became. I see that you're just a piece of trash who managed to climb up the mountain by luck. Now kneel down and kowtow 3 times. I'll shut up. Li Qingshan yelled, interrupting the slovenly Taoist. The hall was silent. He actually dared to speak to a patriarch like this. And it was the patriarch of the Taoist school who was the most powerful. The slovenly Taoist priest's face changed. He needed to teach this kid a good lesson so that he would understand who had the final say in the school of Taoism. Li Qingshan said loudly, If I've lost, then I've lost. Li Qingshan, admit that I've lost the bet. Why do you have to keep harping on? You ox nose. Your words are like farts. It's so smelly. So what if it's the school of Taoism? I won't join it. With that, he left. Jichenzi said sternly, Fellow, don't speak nonsense. Master. The slovenly Taoist priest's face darkened. Make him piss off. Li Qingshan was not obstructed. He made his way down the mountain in a single breath, and his anger subsided slightly. He leapt into the air and took off on a cloud, flying towards the lake of dragons and snakes. However, he was rather lost for a moment. He had no idea where he should go. If he were alone, it would be easier. Perhaps he could find a sect to join, or he could just run off to another prefecture and enroll in the other 100 schools of thought. The world was so big, so would there still be a place for him to stay? However, Little and had already joined the school of Buddhism, so he could not stray far from it. Otherwise, he could go beg the one thought master and just become a monk. His destiny with Buddhism had come far too quickly. However, upon further thought, let alone the fact that he was unwilling to beg, even if he was willing to beg, they might not necessarily accept him. If he accepted him, he would really be offending the slovenly Taoist priest. At this moment, he suddenly thought of something. Perhaps there was a school whose examination had not ended yet. On the ship last night, the instructor had basically explained the order in which each school would take their examinations. The School of Taoism was the first stop, and then they toured the various islands in a clockwise fashion. They did not specifically place everyone first. Li Qingshan could not help but ask, "Did we miss one school?" "Which one?" "The School of Novels." "You've signed up for the School of Novels?" The instructor looked at him in disbelief. The other Qi practitioners were no different. "Yeah," the instructor pointed at the mental map. "Here it is. It's the last stop. You can go there yourself when the time comes." "Shouldn't it be the fourth stop according to the order? And why am I going there myself?" Li Qingshan did not think too deeply about these questions. He had never taken the School of Novels to heart. A while later, Li Qingshan set foot on the quiet, rather desolate island. This was the Cloud Wisp Island where the School of Novels resided. Although an entire night had passed, the examination for the School of Novels, who was ranked last, might not have ended just yet. However, he had guessed wrong. Li Qingshan walked along the cobblestone path and passed through a bamboo forest. He saw a simple and unadorned courtyard. The courtyard was covered in fallen leaves, as if no one had cleaned it for a long time. It was as if no one lived there at all. There seemed to be the moaning of a woman coming from there. He frowned, knocked on the door, and called out, "Is anyone there?" A lazy voice came from the depths of the courtyard. "Who is it?" Li Qingshan said. "I'm here for the examination." As soon as he finished speaking, a strong gust of wind blew up the fallen leaves. A middle-aged man rushed out of the courtyard and came before Li Qingshan. He could not be considered handsome. He had a mustache, and his clothes were disheveled. There was also a faint fragrance of cosmetics on his body. There were quite a few lipstick marks on his face, and there were even clear bite marks on his neck. Combined with the moaning just now, it was obvious what he was doing. "It's you." Li Qingshan suddenly remembered that he had met this person in the tower the day before yesterday. "It's you." The middle-aged man also thought of Li Qingshan. All kinds of information appeared in his mind. Water element A+, 17 years old, 6th layer Qi practitioner. Genius, genius. He thought excitedly, "Senior brother really didn't lie to me. Senior brother really didn't lie to me. You're the instructor of the School of Novels." Judging from his age, Li Qingshan was definitely not a disciple. As for the possibility of him being the head of the school, he did not even consider it. He had met all the heads of the schools before, and they all had their own temperaments. Even that sloppy Taoist who made his teeth itch had his own style of a head of the school. The middle-aged man hurriedly tidied up his clothes and wiped off the lipstick marks. He coughed lightly and stood with his hands behind his back. "I am the head of the School of Novels, Lu Chuanfeng." Li Qingshan was taken aback. He turned around and wanted to leave. No wonder no one had applied for the School of Novels. He then thought about how the most important thing right now was to find a place to stay. He asked patiently, "May I ask how the exam will be?" "Don't tell me it's composition." Lu Chuanfeng scratched his head. He seemed to be even more confused than Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan felt more and more unreliable. Could it be that the examination had already ended? Lu Chuanfeng's eyes suddenly lit up. He grabbed Li Qingshan's shoulders and said, "You passed. You passed." What? Li Qingshan had indeed guessed wrongly. It was not that the examination for the School of Novels had not ended. Rather, it had not even started. Lu Chuanfeng's next words made Li Qingshan feel as if he had been struck by lightning. "From today onwards, you are the top disciple of my School of Novels." As he said this, he took out a token with the word one from his 100 treasures pouch, and personally hung it on Li Qingshan's waist. He did not even ask which school Li Qingshan was going to choose, and just wanted to confusedly decide on his status. Li Qingshan took a deep breath and asked softly, "It can't be that I'm the only disciple in the School of Novels, right? It couldn't be like this. It definitely couldn't be like this." Yes, it was indeed like this. Li Qingshan expressionlessly took off his token and threw it with force. With a whoosh, the token disappeared into the bamboo forest. He turned around and left. Behind him, Lu Chuanfeng shouted, "Stop right there." Li Qingshan was instantly on guard. However, he saw that Lu Chuanfeng did not make a move. Instead, he took out an item from his 100 treasures pouch and threw it in front of Li Qingshan. "As long as you join my School of Novels, this cloud wisp brush that I specially made will be yours." Li Qingshan did not expect that he would be hit by a spirit artifact one day. His heart trembled slightly. He looked down and saw that it was a middle-grade spirit artifact. Instantly, his heart sank. Even if 100 of these items were added together, they would not be able to exchange for one supreme-grade spirit artifact. Rather than calling it a bribe, it would be more accurate to call it a humiliation. Li Qingshan did not say much. He only silently took out 10 middle-grade spirit artifacts from his 100 treasures pouch and put them away. He cupped his hands and was about to leave. Lu Chuanfeng cried out, "Fellow cultivator, I'm begging you." Li Qingshan stood still. He raised his head and let out a long sigh. Forget it. It was better to be begged than begged. Most importantly, he had a place to stay. This place was so cold and quiet. Perhaps it was suitable for him to cultivate. He turned around and stretched out his hand. What? A token. Li Qingshan heard that the head disciple would have many privileges when he traveled among the 100 clans. He could freely enter places that normal disciples could not. This would make it convenient for Li Qingshan to study in the various clans in the future. Lu Chuanfeng was overjoyed. He did not expect Li Qingshan to really agree. Suddenly, he waved his hand. A small dog appeared out of nowhere. It barked and ran into the depths of the bamboo forest. After a while, it came back with a token in its mouth. Li Qingshan took it. The small dog disappeared, as if it had never appeared. He could not help but ask in surprise, "This is—" Lu Chuanfeng said proudly, "The secret technique of our School of Novels. It is not something ordinary people can imagine." Li Qingshan keenly noticed that the hickeys on Lu Chuanfeng's face had disappeared. Even the fragrance of the cosmetics had disappeared. Perhaps the School of Novels really did have some extraordinary abilities. Lu Chuanfeng invited Li Qingshan into a room. It was a bamboo house that was suspended in the air. The smell of ink floated in the dark room. The short table that was covered in papers was messy. There were many words written on it. Lu Chuanfeng pushed the papers aside and revealed the table. He invited Li Qingshan to sit down and poured him a cup of tea. Li Qingshan then picked up a piece of paper and asked, "You wrote all these?" Lu Chuanfeng said proudly, "Yes, you can call me Mistress Breeze. That is my pen name." It sounded familiar. It really sounded familiar. He must have heard it somewhere before. A thought suddenly flashed in Li Qingshan's mind. The book that Sun Fubai secretly gave him had the author's name. Wasn't it Mistress Breeze? He suddenly understood why Sun Fubai had that kind of performance and why no one applied for the School of Novels. He suddenly stood up and kicked the short table in front of him. Chapter 291. Lu Chuanfeng also slammed the table and stood up. "Brat, I see that you're a talent. That's why I'm giving you some leeway. Don't go overboard. You can insult me, but You can't insult my novels. The one I'm insulting is you. Your novels are trash, trash. Li Qingshan clenched his fist and cursed. You. Lu Chuanfeng pointed at Li Qingshan, unable to restrain his anger. Outside the sky, the clouds covered the sky. Sunlight no longer shone into the room, and the bamboo house became a little dark. Li Qingshan felt a strange true qi rising from Lu Chuanfeng's body. The pressure from a 10th layer qi practitioner was only starting to show now. Come, let me see what a novelist is capable of. Li Qingshan, you'll be shackled and torn apart by hundreds of beasts. It's not too late to admit your mistakes. Lu Chuanfeng released his true qi, and the ink fragrance became even thicker. Li Qingshan said, You little said you are trash. Traitorous disciple. Lu Chuanfeng was furious. He held a brush in his hand and waved it forcefully. With a clatter, long chains flew up and tightly wrapped around Li Qingshan's body. With a crack, a wooden shackle wrapped around Li Qingshan's neck. 100 beasts roar. Lu Chuanfeng said, Ferocious tigers, bears, lions, wolves, snakes, all kinds of ferocious beasts rushed out bravely, letting out terrifying roars and pouncing towards Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan frowned, not out of fear, but out of disappointment. His body shook, and he spread his arms, breaking the iron chains. He grabbed the wooden shackle and casually crushed it. At this moment, the ferocious beasts pounced in front of him. With a thought, he let out a clear cry, and the clear stream sword flew up. Whoosh, 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 it turned into a ray of green light and turned around in the room, killing all the beasts. The shackles were just normal shackles, and the beasts were just normal beasts. They might work against ordinary people, but against qi practitioners, especially a battle-hardened warrior like him, it was just a pipe dream. Even if he just stood there and let these wild beasts tear at him, would they be able to break through his protective Jin Qi and bite through his skin? Using his fingers like a sword, he pointed at Lu Chuanfeng. Not enough. In the blink of an eye, the clear stream sword was right in front of Lu Chuanfeng. Lu Chuanfeng hurriedly said, Bigfoot monk, come out. Li Qingshan felt a chill in his heart because he had read about this name in the book that Sun Fubai gave him. It was a character with an extremely mystical ability, and according to the description in the book, he would definitely not be able to win. To be able to summon a character from a novel, the School of Novels seemed to have some understanding of the School of Novels. Were they finally going to show their true strength? A big fat monk with his chest exposed appeared out of thin air, and the most eye-catching part was the pair of big feet below him. With one foot, he sent the clear stream sword flying, and with the other foot, he stomped towards Li Qingshan's chest. The momentum was vast, and it could destroy monuments and split stones. It was far from what the beasts just now could compare to. Li Qingshan was just about to dodge the strange peak, when his feet suddenly slowed. He didn't know when, but the floor had become a swamp. This small swamp naturally couldn't trap him, and instead, it aroused his fighting spirit. Fine, I'll test your strength. Stealing his heart, he threw out a punch, striking the sole of the Bigfoot monk's foot. However, the result was unexpected. With a loud bang, the Bigfoot monk flew back at a speed even faster than when he had arrived and disappeared in the air. Lu Chuanfeng felt a chill on the back of his neck. The clear stream sword was flying towards him, and he hurriedly circulated his Jun Qi to protect his body. However, this was just Li Qingshan's diversion. Killing intent erupted from all over his body, and he took a step in front of Lu Chuanfeng. Using his palm like a blade, he forcefully broke through his protective Jin Qi. Please remember this. Lu Chuanfeng cried out, Spare me, hero, only to see the palm blade come to a steady stop in front of him. Li Qingshan withdrew his hand and called back the clear stream sword. He put down the short table that he had kicked over and sat down. Picking up the teapot, he poured a cup of tea for himself and another for Lu Chuanfeng. Clouds passed by in the sky, and the sun shone down, shining on the dense tea mist. It was a scene of tranquility. Lu Chuanfeng was stunned for a moment. Then he also came to the short table and sat down cross-legged. Li Qingshan reached out a hand. Although there was no etiquette for shaking hands in this world, Lu Chuanfeng was stunned for a while before he came to his senses and shook his hand. Li Qingshan waved his hand. Let's get along well in the future. There are only the two of us on this island, and I doubt anyone will come here in the future. Just now, in the battle, if Lu Chuanfeng did not use the power of the School of Novels and only used his identity as a 10th layer Qi practitioner to cast some normal spells. If Li Qingshan did not use the cursive sword calligraphy, it would be very difficult for him to win. Even if he had a strong body, it would be very difficult to make up for the difference if his opponent had no will to fight. He wanted to see the power of the School of Novels, while Lu Chuanfeng wanted to show off the power of the School of Novels, but the result was not very optimistic. No, it was directly wiping away the last bit of hope for Li Qingshan. At this time, he was actually more open-minded and no longer felt any anger. In any case, he did not lack cultivation methods. The Gui water condensation method was enough to support him until the foundation building realm. When that time came, he did not have to worry about not being able to find a better cultivation method. The most important thing in coming to the 100 Schools of Thought was to learn alchemy, smithing, formations, and the like. These could be learned at any school. The identity of the chief disciple also provided many conveniences. One of them was that he could freely enter and leave the 100 Schools of Thought without anyone's permission. In the other schools, in order to fight for such an identity, who knew how much competition there would be? How could it be as easy as it was in the School of Novels? Not being valued and not being paid attention to was not necessarily a bad thing. He just needed to cultivate in peace. Lu Chuanfeng sat in front of Li Qingshan, acting very carefully. This time, the School of Novels had really accepted an incredible disciple. Seeing that Li Qingshan was deep in thought, he did not dare to disturb him. As he walked, the bottom of the bamboo building gradually rippled and deepened. He came to the backyard and parted the bamboo door. A small green lake reflected the blue sky and green bamboo. The scenery was beautiful. A bamboo rocking chair lay quietly in the corridor. Li Qingshan lay on it. With a creak, he gently rocked it, as if he could spend the rest of his life and wash away his worldly thoughts. After lying down for a while, he stood up and smiled. Finally, he had a place to rest. Here, he did not need to worry about being harmed or thinking about killing people. He could slowly cultivate. Now, it was time to see little, and when he came to the front hall, Lu Chuanfeng was nowhere to be seen. A set of green robes was neatly folded in front of the door. There was even a cloud illusionary brush on it. Li Qingshan changed his clothes, picked up the brush, and put on his waist token. He rode the clouds and flew toward the Buddhist Ansrava Island. Its full name was Sansrava Island. It was a Buddhist term for the 3 studies of precepts, concentration, and wisdom. The Buddhist scriptures said, controlling the heart as precepts. Through precepts comes concentration, and through concentration comes wisdom. This is called the Sansrava Island. It was also known as the Sansrava Island or the Island of Precepts, Concentration, and Wisdom. When he came to the sky above the island, he could see a forest of Buddhist pagodas from afar. They looked dignified, and there were faint sounds of Buddhist chanting. Its scale was no smaller than the Taoist Wuwei Island. little and was among them. In the Sea of Books bookstore in Flowing Cloud Workshop, Lu Chuanfeng entered and bowed to the ground. Sun Fubai's heart sank. Junior brother, what are you doing? Don't tell me. The School of Novels has been crippled? The 100 schools of the 100 schools of thought were not fixed. Every prefecture would be slightly different. Apart from the 10 schools of the 9th rate that were permanent, there were many places that did not have the smaller schools like the School of Music and the School of Medicine. The 100 schools were the same. It had been many years since the School of Novels had a disciple. The various school leaders had already written a petition to the 100 schools of thought of the Rui Commandery, wiping away the stain on the 100 schools of the Clear River Prefecture. If it were not for the fact that the founding emperor had appointed the School of Novels as one of the 10 schools of the 9th rate, the higher-ups would have agreed to it a long time ago. Even with that being the case, they still issued an ultimatum. If the leader of the school, Lu Chuanfeng, could not become a foundation establishment cultivator or accept a disciple, they would cripple the School of Novels of the Clear River Prefecture and take back Cloud Wisp Island, so that other schools could use it. Sun Fubai came from the School of Novels, so he could not bear to see something like that happen. Left with no other choice, he would try every chi practitioner he saw who had some talent. It was just a chance, but there was actually no hope at all. Lu Chuanfeng shook his head violently. Thank you, senior brother. Thank you, senior brother. The school has a successor now. I don't have to worry about crippling it. Who is it? Sun Fubai widened his eyes. Just who was so unlucky? Li Qingshan. Although he had a bad temper and refused to learn the secrets of the School of Novels, he was still the primary disciple of the School of Novels through and through. Sun Fubai was taken aback for quite a while. The rims of his eyes reddened slightly too. His efforts had finally paid off. Junior brother, senior brother. Boss, what cultivation methods do you have here? A while later, a chi practitioner walked in. He just happened to see Lu Chuanfeng and Sun Fubai holding hands and looking at each other with tears in their eyes. He was actually rendered speechless. He leapt in fright and backed out in a hurry. After Li Qingshan left, the slovenly Taoist priest continued to talk about cultivation methods in order to show his magnanimity. Then he dismissed everyone and asked Jichenzi, "Where did that bastard go?" Jichenzi said, "Master, it seems, what are you hesitating for? Spit it out if you have something to say. Did he go to beg, that darn baldy, one thought? Or did he go to find Lu Chongqing to take a make-up test?" Jichenzi said, "Neither. He went to Cloud Wisp Island." The slovenly Taoist priest said, "What? Why didn't you tell me earlier?" Jichenzi said, "I was about to tell you just now, but as soon as I mentioned the name Li Qingshan, you told me to shut up." The slovenly Taoist priest slapped his thigh. "Oh my, he might as well become a monk with that darn baldy. Go and tell him to scram back here. I'll take him into the School of Taoism." Jichenzi said, "It's already too late." Master Lu handed in the name list as soon as he could. Li Qingshan is already a disciple of the School of Novels, and he's even the first seat. The 100 schools of thought had their own rules. No matter how the 100 schools of thought fought over it during the academy examinations, anyone who entered would be a disciple of that school. This was something that no one could change. Otherwise, the 100 schools of thought would have descended into chaos a long time ago. The slovenly Taoist priest was filled with regret. Li Qingshan's determination and staunchness had always been to his liking. Others might think that Li Qingshan was being rude for scolding a foundation establishment cultivator and the head of a school. Other people might think that Li Qingshan was being rude, but he also felt some admiration for Li Qingshan. When he was young, he was known for his arrogance and disrespect for his elders. who knew how much suffering he had suffered because of his bad temper. Master, you could have let it go if you scolded him a little, but what you said after that was too humiliating. No wonder he was so angry. Are you saying that Master is in the wrong? I wouldn't dare. Chapter 292. That kid joined the School of Novels? Wang Pushi was shocked, wondering if he had heard wrong. Hua Sengzan smiled bitterly and explained the whole story. Gu Yenying had wanted him to take care of her, but he had taken care of the School of Novels instead. He did not know how he was going to explain himself the next time they met. Wang Pushi exhaled deeply. Zhou Tong has gone too far this time. Forget it, this is his fate. Tell the kid that if he's bold enough to copy Lu Chuanfeng and write those obscene things, I'll expel him from the Hawkwolf Guard. Hua Sengzan said. Lu family head has already invited all the family heads to Contention Island to discuss this matter. You should go quickly. You should go quickly. After Wang Pushi left, Hua Sengzan turned around and walked through the door. Nearly 100 new disciples of legalism sat upright in the hall. Hua Sengzan pressed his hands against the air several times. Everyone, there is no need to be nervous. This isn't the Confucian school, so there aren't many rules and etiquette. From now on, we will all be fellow apprentices, and I will be your elder apprentice brother, Hua Sengzan. He bowed slightly. His demeanor was easygoing, his demeanor elegant, and his demeanor charming. Everyone returned the greeting in a hurry and felt much more at ease. Hua Qinglu's eyes even lit up. This was her elder brother, Hua Sengzan said solemnly. Although the school of legalism doesn't have so many elaborate and over-elaborate rituals, we do have rules, and these rules are the law. In the Confucian school, your words and actions are not in accordance with etiquette, and you will be criticized and corrected. But here, there is only punishment. There's no harm in telling everyone that I've tried the legalists' punishments a few times. There's caning, rod, whipping, and lashing. There's also the water prison, black prison, and fire prison. It feels pretty good. Among them, I seriously recommend whipping. If a female disciple breaks the law, I'll consider personally executing it. Hua Sengzan winked, causing the entire hall to roar with laughter. The oppressive atmosphere was swept away, and the men smiled knowingly. Although the women were shy, they also felt a little annoyed. Who asked this famous playboy to be so elegant and romantic? The chief disciple played an extremely important role in the various clans. Most of the time, he was the replacement of the clan head. Booksy Pavilion, Net. Li Qingshan descended and arrived outside the pagoda forest. 2 gray-robed monks flashed out. Who are you? What are you doing here? Li Qingshan introduced himself and stated the purpose of his visit. However, when he referred to himself as the chief disciple of the School of Novels, the 2 monks first looked at each other, then at him, as if they were looking at a rare animal. Strange smiles appeared on their faces. It wasn't until they heard little Anne's name that they immediately became solemn. Although they hadn't left Ansrava Island, they had heard about what had happened on Contention Island from the new disciples. That junior sister Little Anne had an extraordinary position in their master's heart. Perhaps even their eldest senior brother couldn't compare. Please come with me, sir. The older monk on the left brought his palms together. The monk led Li Qingshan through the pagoda forest and arrived outside a meditation hall. Afterwards, he told Li Qingshan to wait outside. He entered the meditation hall and said softly, "First senior brother, there's a fellow called Li Qingshan outside. He claims to be the primary disciple of the School of Novels. He's come to see junior sister Little, and no matter how terrible the reputation of the School of Novels was, they could not treat the primary disciple lightly. Apart from the one thought master, Only the primary disciple of the school of Buddhism had the right to receive him. The door to the meditation hall opened, and a large, fat monk emerged. He smiled like the Maitreya Buddha, but when he heard the two words little, and a cold light flashed through his eyes, he ignored the monk and made his way out of the meditation hall. He saw Li Qingshan waiting outside and asked, "Are you Li Qingshan?" Li Qingshan bowed. "I am. May I ask for senior brother's Dharma name?" Mind Enlightenment studied Li Qingshan. When he saw that he was only a sixth-layer Qi practitioner, he showed some contempt. "You're bold enough to claim to be the primary disciple with your measly cultivation and stand on equal footing with me?" He said coldly, "Mind Enlightenment. Book C Pavilion. Book C Pavilion. Book C Pavilion." Li Qingshan frowned slightly. He had no idea how he had offended him. He said patiently, "May I ask where little N is? Please take me to her senior brother. Master has gone to Contention Island to discuss matters with the various school leaders. Before he left, he told me that junior sister Little N is currently cultivating in seclusion, and that no one is to disturb her. Please return, sir." When Mind Enlightenment heard the two words little, and the nameless anger in his chest flared up again, he became even more rude with his words. Yesterday, he had heard that not only had the One Thought Master bestowed him with the supreme grade spiritual artifact, the Guardian King's Pearl, but he had even personally taught him the Guardian King's scripture of demon subdual. Mind Enlightenment felt rather indignant. The Guardian King's Pearl was something he had been looking forward to for a very long time. Even as the primary disciple, he did not possess a single supreme grade spiritual artifact. Originally, only he, the primary disciple, had the right to practice the Guardian King's scripture of demon subdual, which made him feel even more threatened. He could not help but say a few things to the One Thought Master, but he was scolded by the One Thought Master instead. He told him to be a role model for the first senior brother and not rely on external items or become jealous. He was not bold enough to argue back. He expressed his deep regret on the surface and punished himself by facing a wall and reflecting on his mistakes. Only then did he gain the One Thought Master's recognition. However, he became even more furious inside. He knew it was impossible for him to take revenge on Little, or even the One Thought Master would not spare him, now that Li Qingshan had delivered himself to him, and he seemed to be very familiar with Little, and he obviously would not let this opportunity slip by. He wanted to vent his anger. "If you won't take me with you, I'll go find her myself." Li Qingshan could not be bothered with talking to him. Even if Little N had something major to attend to, it was impossible for her not to see him. Even if she was about to enter secluded cultivation, she still had to let him know. Mind Enlightenment's face sank. He blocked Li Qingshan with a flash. "Didn't you hear what I said? How can you trespass on the holy land of Buddhism?" Li Qingshan was annoyed. As the primary disciple, I can move about freely even if I'm on the various islands of the various schools. How am I trespassing? Baldy, I'll give you some face for the sake of the One Thought Master, but don't you dare turn me down. Mind Enlightenment had never seen a new disciple act so arrogantly towards him. As the primary disciple of the school of Buddhism, he possessed great authority. In terms of status, he was no weaker than someone like Hua Sengzan. So how could he tolerate the disobedience of a person of lower status, let alone the primary disciple of the School of Novels? Even if the leader of the School of Novels, Lu Chuanfeng, came in person, he would not take him seriously. "I've never heard of someone like you in the 100 schools of thought. Who knows if you've stolen these clothes and come to our School of Buddhism with ill intentions? As the primary disciple of the School of Buddhism, I obviously have to follow my master's orders and watch over junior sister Little. And if you want to see her, you'll have to get past me first." He took out a shining monk's spade and placed it before him. Among the 100 schools of thought, the school of Buddhism had many body practitioners apart from the school of the military. They practiced both the body and the qi, known as warrior monks. His stance was extremely methodical. It was heavy and forceful, kicking up fierce winds and rustling leaves. Li Qingshan immediately felt a great pressure, even greater than Wei Zhongyuan's. Although the school of Buddhism focused on benevolence, they did not lack methods for purging demons and demons. They were both at the 10th layer, but their battle prowess was incomparable to the schools of Buddhism, which did not focus on combat. However, the thing that Li Qingshan feared the least was pressure. He raised an eyebrow and was about to lose his temper, but on second thought, this is the territory of the school of Buddhism after all. Little, and would still need to cultivate here in the future. Offending this primary disciple of the school of Buddhism would probably be detrimental to her, so he withdrew his true qi again. When mind enlightenment saw that Li Qingshan was afraid, he became even more contemptuous. "I thought you would really dare to fight me, but it turns out you're just a pretentious coward. The pure lands of the school of Buddhism are not a place where a lowly novelist like you can behave atrociously. If you know what's good for you, leave quickly and don't come back." Li Qingshan clenched his teeth, raised his hand, and lightly knocked on his thumb ring. He said, "Little Anne, where are you?" Little Anne's surprised voice immediately came from within. The two exchanged a few words. It turned out that Little Anne was not in the Anasrava temple. Temples were all places for monks to cultivate. To the south of the Anasrava temple was the Pure Moon Nunnery. There was an old nun with the identity of a professor who was in charge of teaching nuns. Li Qingshan said, "If you want to cultivate, go ahead. I'll come find you in a few days." Little Anne only said, "Wait for me." Li Qingshan said to Mind Enlightenment, "If you don't let me go find her, you can't say anything if she comes looking for me, right?" Mind Enlightenment's eyebrows stood up. His plump and chubby face immediately revealed a hint of savagery. He swung down the heavy monk's spade in his hand. "Valspawn, get out of here." On Contention Island, the heads of the various schools temporarily put down whatever they were doing and gathered once more to discuss the School of Novels. It was the same room as last time. The lighting seemed to have become even darker, and the atmosphere was a little gloomy. Lu Chongqing was the most vexed. The Confucian school pursued the cultivation of one's moral character, family, governance, and peace of the world. The 100 schools of thought in the various lands all tacitly agreed that the Confucian school's head was in charge of various matters. They had jointly submitted a petition to abolish the School of Novels, and he was the one who had taken the lead. Lu Chuanfeng's vulgar novels had long since reached the end of his tolerance. The School of Novels had declined to a point where they could not even accept a primary disciple. Obviously, he had put in a lot of effort as well. He thought the School of Novels would definitely be abolished after the entrance examination, but who would have thought something like this would happen? He had already promised Cloudwisp Island to someone else, along with his identity as the leader of the School of Painting. The future leader of the School of Painting had already promised him many benefits that even tempted him. Now, all of his plans had come to nothing. He felt indescribably vexed. He could not help but grumble a little about the slovenly Taoist priest. The various school leaders had already voiced their dissatisfaction with the slovenly Taoist priest's words and actions. They used this opportunity to erupt, all criticizing him. The slovenly Taoist priest was not one to be mistreated. He immediately launched into a verbal attack, turning the meeting into a mess. When he became excited, he stepped on the table and rolled up his sleeves. Come, come, come. Who's not convinced? Come at me together. If I'm afraid of you, I'm a bald donkey. Ba, Oxnose, I didn't say anything this time. You better stop provoking me. The one-thought master said nothing during the discussion this time. He did not care about the fate of the school of novels. All he cared about right now was little, and, at this moment, a voice rang out from the one-thought master's tablet. Abbott, bad news. They've started fighting. Who's fighting? First senior brother and Li Qingshan. He took out the diamond pearl and placed it in front of the Buddha. Needless to say, a supreme-grade spirit artifact was nothing to be pitted about. The one-thought master remained silent for quite a while before letting out a long sigh. He allowed her to cultivate in the pure moon nunnery, but he also made up his mind. He could not let a merely Qingshan affect this supreme genius of Buddhism. Buddha is merciful. Perhaps he should let him suffer a little and retreat in the face of difficulties. In the blink of an eye, Li Qingshan had already been forced to the wall by mind enlightenment. A glaring golden avatar appeared on mind enlightenment's body. It wielded a golden, half-transparent monk's spade, which he smashed down. Dang, a loud sound. Li Qingshan raised his wind-entwining blade to block the monk's spade. His arms trembled, and the web between his thumb and forefinger felt like splitting. The power that came from mind enlightenment was far more powerful than any Vajra strength talisman. A nick immediately appeared on the wind-entwining blade. Under the power of the monk's shovel, it produced a painful groan and twisted. There was a flash of green light, and the clear stream sword shot out from Li Qingshan's sleeve, stabbing towards mind enlightenment's forehead. With a clang, it was knocked away. The golden body was unscathed. You're like an ant trying to shake a tree. Piss off. Mind enlightenment pressed down on the monk's shovel. Li Qingshan thought to himself, the Buddhist cultivation method sure is impressive. If I did not manifest my demon form, I would have to use the cursive sword to get through this golden body. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, and he smiled. As it seemed, there was no need. A petite figure leapt over the wall, her black hair drifting about. He did not think too much about it. He just felt like she still looked prettier with hair. The one-thought master saw this too. He immediately questioned the one-leaf abbess. Junior sister, didn't I say that she's forbidden from emerging before she reaches the first layer of the Guardian King's scripture of demon subdual? Why did you let her go? He had cast down restrictions where little and cultivated in seclusion. Not only could no one disturb her, but even little and could not leave unless she reached the Guardian King's scripture of demon subdual. Apart from him, only the one-leaf abbess could let her out. He had left behind a lot of food and precious pills for her. It was enough for her to cultivate for a while. Before the two open doors, the one-leaf abbess stood blankly. She did not answer. She only murmured, "That's impossible." The one-thought master understood the reason very soon. In the water mirror disk, little Anne's aura had already reached the 6th layer. With her vitality and the pills the one-thought master had left behind, she used an afternoon and a night to push her cultivation up by another 3 layers. The slovenly Taoist priest asked the one-thought master, "How long did it take you to reach the first layer of the Guardian King's scripture of demon subdual?" The one-thought master said, "I joined the school of Buddhism when I was 7. I practiced Qi while practicing the Buddhist Dharma. When I was 25, I reached the 9th layer and gained the recognition of my master, the previous school leader, the Zimming master. I switched to the Guardian King's scripture of demon subdual and comprehended it a year later, reaching the 1st layer." Then how long did it take her? The one-thought master said with difficulty, "A single night." And switching to the Guardian King's scripture of demon subdual at the 9th layer was over 10 times more difficult than when little, and was at the 3rd layer with only the innate method of condensing chi as a foundation. This was no longer within the realm of geniuses. He was a deviant, a monster. The slovenly Taoist priest patted the one-thought master's shoulder. Lu Chongqing sighed gently. Originally, he wanted to use some methods to force Li Qingshan out of the school of novels. Of course, it was impossible for him to switch to other schools. If he continued to stay in the 100 schools of thought, he would be breaking the rules of the 100 schools of thought. He could give him some benefits and recommend him to other schools. As the ruler of a prefecture, this would not burden him at all. Those who wanted to achieve great things could not be bothered with trifles. But now he had to reconsider this plan. At the very least, he had to change the word force to persuade. In this child's heart, Li Qingshan clearly occupied an extremely important position. Even though time could erase everything, it would not take her too much time to reach his current level. He did not want, and probably had never wanted, to endure the hostility of a person like that. In the Ansrava temple, Little and was currently engaged in an intense battle with mind enlightenment. The Vajra sword and the monk's spade constantly clashed, creating tremors that made the bells in the surroundings ring. Chapter 294. Collapse of Will Little and could not expose the power of the path of white bone and great beauty. Originally, it would have been impossible for her to contend against mind enlightenment, a 10th layer chi practitioner. However, the supreme grade spiritual artifact the one-thought master had bestowed upon her, the Guardian King's Pearl, played a crucial role at a time like this. Supreme grade spiritual artifacts were not items that chi practitioners could completely control. Only foundation establishment cultivators could unleash their true power. However, as soon as the Guardian King's Pearl was in Little An's hands, she could use it. When she reached the 1st layer of the Guardian King's scripture of demon subdual, she unleashed its full effects. Its power was no weaker than when it was in the one-thought master's hands. In Li Qingshan's hands, the cursive sword calligraphy that could barely be regarded as a supreme grade spiritual artifact possessed such power despite not being able to refine it completely, let alone the fact that a true supreme grade spiritual artifact could unleash its full power. In Little An's hands, the Vajra sword was like an embroidery needle. She used it to the limit, swinging, stabbing, flicking, and sweeping. When she swung it, it seemed like it could split a mountain. In Li Qingshan's eyes, he could not help but think of the thick, heavy vertical stroke from the cursive sword calligraphy. When she swung it, it seemed like it could cut off the flow, just like the gentle, casual horizontal stroke from the cursive sword calligraphy. She had mastered the sword intent within the 3 scrolls of the cursive sword calligraphy, and the Vajra sword turned into a streak of golden light. Many of the school leaders were proficient with the sword, and Lu Chongqing was one of the best among them. Right now, he carried a sword on his waist. This was not an ornament, but a true weapon for killing. The Confucian disciples of this world were not pedantic scholars who could not even truss up a chicken. Apart from literature and etiquette, swordsmanship was a compulsory subject. Carrying a sword on many formal occasions was also a standard of etiquette. He stared at the water mirror disc and subconsciously gripped the hilt of his sword. The sword intent that drifted like clouds and was as powerful as a startling dragon made him feel surprised. Suddenly, he sensed the gazes of the various school leaders gather on him. He knew he had lost his composure, so he smiled bitterly. This is definitely not swordsmanship that a child should possess. She was only 10 years old. So how could she comprehend such a profound path of the sword? Even if she was a genius in the sword Tao, how could that dense and shockingly fierce, murderous aura be explained? Although Mind Enlightenment was also proficient in martial arts, how could he be a match for her? Moreover, his actual combat experience was far less than hers. Against little Anne, whose cultivation was much lower than his, he actually couldn't gain the slightest advantage. The more he fought, the more apprehensive he became. Why? Why? What was going on? Namo Amitba, Namo Amitba, something must be wrong. Li Qingshan originally wanted to lend Little Anne a helping hand, but when he saw the situation, he felt relieved and simply stood aside to watch the battle. In the past battles, when he worked together with Little Anne, she would mostly play the role of an assassin. He would attract the enemy's attention in the open and create an opportunity, while she would grasp the opportunity and kill in a single strike. It would be fine if she did not attack, but once she did, she would definitely heavily injure her opponent. However, a fair one-on-one duel like this was rare. To her, this was a rare opportunity for her to put her swordsmanship into practice. Without Li Qingshan, Xiao naturally changed her strategy. She no longer pursued a sure kill strike that maximized its power. Instead, she was like a master of calligraphy who wrote a piece of calligraphy. She was methodical and endless. A few strokes formed a word, and 100 words formed a famous piece of calligraphy. Even Li Qingshan was extremely surprised that Little Anne could improve to such a level. Apart from feeling happy for her, he also sighed slightly. He felt that even the ox demon, tiger demon, and spirit turtle combined did not seem to be as powerful as the path of white bone and great beauty. His cultivation was not high enough, so he was unable to unleash the power of these 3 cultivation methods. However, Little Anne had not even reached the first layer of the path of white bone and great beauty. Right now, she was barely at the rudimentary stage of exploration. Her future improvements were basically unimaginable. As it seemed, he really had to work hard on his cultivation when he returned this time. He could not fall behind. Even if it was the fragile pride of a man, he still wanted to always have the ability to take care of her. Just what was Brother Ox's arrangement? He did not understand. Perhaps he would only obtain the answer the moment he opened the Sumeru ring. The child's sword is about to form. Mind Enlightenment is about to lose, said Han Anjuan. His comprehension of the path of the sword was not as deep as Lu Chongqing's, but he was extremely sensitive to the situation of the army. Yes, the situation of the army. In his eyes, the battle between the two of them was like a clash between 2 armies. Mind Enlightenment's army was massive, but their morale was unstable. They were at a loss when to advance or retreat. On the other hand, Little Anne advanced step by step. After a series of planned assaults, sneak attacks, and ambushes, the army's morale rose and fell. Mind Enlightenment's army gradually became exhausted. Although the angle was different, they all saw the same outcome in the end. Once the name card was completed, they would be ambushed from all sides. Little Anne raised her hand, but the Vajra sword slowed down as if it had suddenly become heavier. With every inch it moved, it would come to a halt. Every movement and every stillness left behind a clear sword afterimage. At the same time, he pushed the might of the Guardian King's Art of Demons subdual and the might of the Cursive Sword calligraphy to the limit. It seemed extremely slow, but Mind Enlightenment just happened to feel like he was in dire straits with nowhere to run. Under the attention of so many monks, how could he accept an outcome like this? He suddenly bellowed out, and the Guardian King's avatar bellowed out at the same time. The bell in the temple rang out loudly, and the monk's spade shone with golden light. This was the first time he had used the spiritual artifact's power. He suddenly moved several times faster as he swung down diagonally. "I'll kill you, you monster!" Li Qingshan suddenly stood up. He had never expected the primary disciple's counterattack to be so startling. The one thought master said, "Oh no." He vanished. However, neither of them could save him in time. Little En's body paused slightly from the shock. It was impossible for him to dodge the spade. He remained expressionless, but the Guardian King's avatar's expression changed slightly. It suddenly became filled with indescribable fury. The fury of the Guardian King was for purging demons and demons. The fury was the fury of righteousness and dignity. However, the Guardian King's avatar little and displayed was much more profound and terrifying. It was tempted to destroy all living creatures. Just what kind of fury could make a Buddhist great figure, who had almost become a bodhisattva, create the path of white bone and great beauty, swearing to kill all living creatures and slay Buddhas? This was the first time she had felt it at all. The light on the Vajra sword dimmed, and it underwent a change that no one noticed. Under the influence of the boundless fury, it swung upwards. Clang! There was a sharp sound within the swaying bell. The Vajra's monk's spade was forcefully cut in half, dispersing as light. Mind enlightenment stared at it blankly. He doubted whether he was dreaming or not. How could the Vajra monk's spade he had created with a high-grade spiritual artifact be cut in half? Only his master had come in person. He could not help but look around in search of the one-thought master, but all he saw was the Guardian King's avatar with its back to the rising sun in the east. It seemed to be covered in golden light as it raised the Vajra sword high into the air. Little En said gently, "Die." The Guardian King bellowed, "Die." The golden light condensed on the Vajra sword and fell towards Mind Enlightenment's forehead. The one-thought master had already arrived above Ansrava Island. Originally, he had come to save Little, but for some reason, his primary disciple had fallen into dire straits in the blink of an eye. He wanted to save him, but it was already too late. He called out in the air, "Little, and stop!" However, how could his voice be faster than the Vajra sword? Even if Little En heard him, she would never stop. She carried the abyssal fury of the great figure of Buddhism from the path of white bone and great beauty. There was a flash of golden light, and the monks were dumbfounded. Time seemed to stop. The entire Ansrava temple fell silent. Then a crack appeared, with the tip of the Vajra sword as the point. The crack extended for dozens of feet, revealing a terrifying black crack. The enlightened Zen monastery, which was blocking the crack, was split apart by the sword. The central cultivation hall still stood majestically for a moment before collapsing. Mind Enlightenment collapsed to one side. His golden avatar had already vanished. His chubby face was filled with fear as he stared at Li Qingshan. Just now, in the nick of time, Li Qingshan had kicked him aside, which was why he managed to survive. Otherwise, he would have suffered the same fate as the cultivation hall. The one-thought master descended from above. Little and Udash, however, he had no idea what to say. Little and dispersed the golden avatar and smiled sweetly at Li Qingshan. "You've come." Li Qingshan gave her a thumbs up. "Impressive." The surroundings fell silent. A new disciple managed to hold her own against the primary disciple on the second day. She joined the monastery. This had already exceeded the imaginations of all the monks, and she had actually defeated the primary disciple. Everyone's minds blanked out. They all doubted whether they were dreaming or not. The one-thought master said furiously, "Mind Enlightenment, what's going on? Tell me clearly." Li Qingshan frowned. This baldy was probably going to run his mouth again. Mind Enlightenment climbed to his feet and knelt before the one-thought master, knocking his head against the ground 3 times. He said, "Please be wise, master. This is all my fault, because of master's love for junior sister Little, and I became envious, which led to me making things difficult for fellow Li Qingshan. I've also broken the precepts of anger and attacked fellow Li Qingshan first. Please punish me, master. Originally, Li Qingshan thought mind enlightenment would complain first. He had prepared a series of rebuttals, but he was immediately left speechless. The one thought master was stunned as well. Mind enlightenment, you? I'm willing to resign from my position as the primary disciple of the school of Buddhism and pass it to junior sister Little Anne. Please forgive me, junior sister. Then Mind Enlightenment said to Li Qingshan, "Thank you for saving my life, fellow." Mind Enlightenment's face was pale and his eyes were dim, but there really was no longer any resentment. He definitely did not have any hidden intentions. No matter how powerful the enemy was, he would always endure and seek revenge, confident that there would be a day when he could exact revenge. But right now, the enemy he faced was a child who had become a Qi practitioner yesterday and defeated him today. To be able to reach the position of primary disciple of the school of Buddhism step by step, how could he not possess some intelligence? However, it was exactly because he was intelligent enough that he felt despair. Although Little N's strike had not landed on him, it had shattered his arrogance, jealousy, and anger, forcing him into a state of epiphany. You're tuning in to the Mystic Fist YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.